Ladies and gentlemen, we are broadcasting the memorial service of the late President Hage G Geingob, who is being laid to rest after his untimely passing 3 weeks ago on the 4th of February. I am Yolanda Nell, and with me is Diana Master. Good morning.
Good morning, Yolanda. How are you doing?
I'm good. I think this is going to be a very busy weekend. I think we are in uncharted territory.
Definitely.
This is a first for Namibia. And not only is Namibia losing its first president since independence, we are also losing the president who was reigning at the time of his passing.
Definitely. And like you said, this is the first time that Namibia is losing a sitting president. So yes, definitely a lot of protocols that need to be followed, a lot of people trying to navigate how to handle the situation.
Exactly.
And it was quite an emotional day yesterday, especially with the procession.
It was, I think it became truth for a lot of Namibians yesterday,
Yes.
myself included. Yeah. But it was also heartwarming to see Namibia coming together.
Definitely. I think that was what got me very emotional. The fact that everyone was coming together to bid farewell to President Hage Geingob, it definitely pulled on my heartstrings. The fact that he was so loved.
You could see that people loved their president.
Definitely.
We are going to take a quick recap of what happened yesterday in Windhoek as the procession with his hearse took to the streets of Windhoek.
Morning, I am Matthew Ngome and I am from Emma Wakane Primary School. We are here to honor our late Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob.
Ons is nou hier as 'n kamp met my man Yusuf Karwe om vir ons president Hage Geingob vaarwel te sê, om te sê tot ziens, onze groot broer, onze groot man. Die dag is vir ons baie moeilik, maar ons kyk na voor na die Here toe, en die sterkte kom van die Here. So sê ons goodbye, ons was nog altyd saam, en ons gee daar die eer vir ons, en ons hier, om ons voeten met ons op te doen, en ons staan en sê, tot ziens, onze groot man.
Okay, my name is Linia Kahumba. I'm working at Pick and Pay Blockchain. We are here just waiting for our president to give our last word for our president. So we are just here around and waiting for the body to arrive and be here. So our president is our president for our country, and we are happy and we appreciate for every work that he done for us. Like 750, it was really a person for people. Really, we are really appreciate him. So we are just here to give our last respect to him.
Yeah, kita ting ons ke a lady ang ai kha ukanja par ka khuta gira chi tida ke ne ba burman bro ki ba hama election ni ba ita sita di president al khon wa ka enlek ngap ke I choba sita di president al mas ke kaise ti khasi sa ti wara ka as tara tom tosi kai wan ngas ke ngasa president an wan ngasa tida ke amma be khas nga khwen khwe pa ke an wan nga Gabeta ke ngas tina aki van andagia as amsipi ati waraka kankun waraka napi asinga thakaisa abe tui piain wana pia singa thaisa chorai ke unhat mi kwen ai kupna ngam sa khwe ke I tira ke aroma amma be khasnga ne ma san wan ma trau ma tira ke ni ba ha ma idam ta khong wa thaka
Geef het me. Merciful Father and Lord of all life, we praise you that we are made in your image and reflect your truth and light. We thank you for the life of your servant and son, Godfried Geingob, for the love and mercy he received from you and showed among us. Above all, we rejoice at your gracious promise to all your servants living and departed, that we shall rise again at the coming of Christ. And we ask that we may share with our brother here the clearer vision. When shall we see the face of Jesus Christ?
Those were scenes from yesterday's procession. I do have to say it was very touching to see Namibians come from far and wide, brave the Namibian sun, just to bid their final respects.
We talked to some people during the procession that came from towns as far as the north of Namibia just to come pay their respects.
This just goes to show how much of a loved man he was.
Yes.
Now let's give you just a bit of background information on the late president. Born on the 3rd of August 1941 in the district of Grootfontein, Dr. Geingob began his schooling in Otavi in the year 1948. In 1958, he attended the Augustinium College, where the first seeds of political consciousness were planted. As a student at Augustinium College, the young Hage G Geingob led a strike against the unfair treatment of students. In 1961, he completed his teacher's training, after which he started teaching at Tsumeb. It was in Tsumeb where he started partaking in SWAPO activities and joined SWAPO officially in 1962. On the 3rd of April 1962, Dr. Geingob led Namibia, then Southwest Africa, for exile, commencing in Botswana, where he joined other freedom fighters in pursuit of the independence of Namibia. Dr. Geingob left Botswana for Leopoldville in Kinshasa in the Congo and was eventually offered a scholarship to go to the United States of America, where he schooled at Temple University. While in the United States, Dr. Geingob was appointed as SWAPO representative to the Americas and the United Nations. Combining his duties as a freedom fighter and petitioner to the United Nations, Dr. Geingob obtained a BA in political science from Fordham University, New York in 1970 and later read for a master's in international relations at the New School for Social Research in 1974.
Dr. Hage Geingob obtained a Doctor for Philosophy from Leeds University in the United Kingdom in 2004, with his thesis titled State Formation in Namibia, Promoting Democracy and Good Governance. Geingob was the recipient of many international awards in recognizing for his exceptional leadership in different areas of human endeavor. President Geingob is also the recipient of the Order of José Marti Award for exceptional leadership from the government of the Republic of Cuba. In 2015, Dr. Geingob received from his alma mater, Fordham University, an honorary doctorate of humane letters. Let's take a look at this clip from back in the day.
This song is called Give Me Back My Country, or Give Me Back Namibia.
I ended up in New York because then I was also appointed as SWAPO representative, and I had to be close to United Nations. So that's how I came to Fordham University, combining studies and kind of UN activity was very good. Tough, but good. And then, as I said, all campuses started to get African studies. And within that African studies, my professor turned out to be Tilton Lamel. Lamel, you will check, he was a political science teacher. But I give credit to him. I was an African from African continent, as an African American, but I didn't know Africa. He taught me Africa, I keep on telling people. He taught me Africa and Pan-Africanism. I knew about maybe Namibia, South Africa, that was it, and Ghana, because of independence of Ghana, talk about in Nigeria maybe, but the rest, I never knew anything about French-speaking African countries until that professor was definitely my mentor. He took us through these African courses, and I learned Africa from him. When I was taking international law, international relations, that's my topic too, it was again also the Vietnam War. And you had beautiful democracy that time. I really was impressed. I saw now these guys really going at it, you know. One is opposed to the war, and it is argued legally and otherwise. The other one gets out and condemns the government for being in Vietnam War, immoral war, and this kind of thing. Oh, how can you say government is immoral, that kind of a thing? Those were all new concepts. But that was the era that America was, I think, at the best. As a beginner who came to learn how democracies work and so on, study that time descent, you know, in terms of war, black-white war, actually. Then I was with the Black Power groups, you know, quite tough days, you know. I finished at Fordham University, and then I got an offer. Basically, there was what is now called the United Nations Council for Namibia, which was kind of a government in exile. So we went to the UN. I was a petitioner, I was a representative, and we went to see Secretariat people, Mr. Jemakwe, they called him, and he says, "You must give us one person to work with us here," because they needed me. The resolution was saying it must govern Namibia with the maximum participation of Namibians. So therefore, I had to be that maximum participant. So give us one person. My colleague, president, my colleague here. And I jumped, I said, no, our qualification, what do you want? First degree. So I just got my first degree. And I was still hesitant, you know, why me, just like that, no consultations. So my name was given just in public like that. That's the Nyoma, you know. And then I delayed. They were asking me to come in. I said, no, I'm still busy. And eventually I reported on the 3rd of January, 1972. That's the same day Kurt Waldheim took over UN Secretary General's position. So I said we started at the same time, took the oath together, I claim.
It is good to be back home. Our coming home today is a harbinger of the demise of over 100 years of colonial subjugation. It is the love for the motherland and the conviction in the ability of our people to one day free themselves from colonial bondage that has kept alive and burning in us the candle of hope during the long years of exile. Today, as we arrive back on the soil of our forebears, the land of Maharero, Ipumbu, Mandume, and Vetboy, we remember the fallen heroes and heroines of our revolution.
That was truly beautiful and inspiring to see. Now, following the termination of the South African mandate over Namibia in 1966, the United Nations assumed direct responsibility and subsequently established a nationhood program for Namibia that included the United Nations Institute for Namibia, UNIN, in Lusaka, Zambia. Dr. Geingob was assigned by SWAPO to be a member of the UN Namibian team as political affairs officer. Dr. Geingob was appointed director at UNIN from 1975 to 1989, an institution he established whose core function was sectoral policy research and to train cadres for the future civil service of an independent Namibia. In 1989, he was chosen by the SWAPO leadership to lead a cohort of senior SWAPO leaders and Namibians in exile to Namibia under the United Nations Security Council Resolution 435. Following the successful United Nations supervised elections in 1989, where he held the position of Director of Elections of SWAPO, Dr. Geingob was elected to be the chairman of the Constituent Assembly, the body that was responsible for drafting the Constitution of the Republic of Namibia. At independence on the 21st of March 1990, Dr. Geingob was appointed as the first Prime Minister, where he dismantled the apartheid administrative system in favor of an inclusive public service geared towards serving the interests of all Namibians.
He was so busy.
Yes.
He was so, yeah.
Like I said, truly inspirational.
So Dr. Hage G Geingob served for 12 years in the position of Prime Minister before taking a brief hiatus from the political sphere. In 2005, Dr. Geingob returned to active politics and served as Chief Whip of the SWAPO Party in the National Assembly and also chaired the Parliamentary Standing Committee of Economics. Following his election in 2007 as Vice President of SWAPO, Dr. Geingob was appointed in 2008 as the Minister of Trade and Industry. As Minister, Dr. Geingob spearheaded the Small and Medium Enterprise SME assistance through equipment aid schemes, the industrial policy and the creation of the SME Bank. Dr. Geingob was elected as the Vice President of the SWAPO Party during the SWAPO Party Congress that took place in November of 2007. In 2012, Dr. Geingob was re-elected as the Vice President of the party, following which he was again reappointed as Prime Minister in 2012 until elections as President of Namibia in November 2014. A fervent defender of the unity of the Namibian people, his themes are inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict, one Namibia, one nation, and that no one should feel left out of the Namibian House. A proponent of partnership in government and enhanced transparency and accountability in the public services, President Geingob led the creation of the Anti-Corruption Commission as Prime Minister in the 1990s.
Following the sixth national democratic elections in 2014, where Dr. Hage G Geingob won the presidential vote by 87% of the vote, President Geingob was sworn in office on the 21st of March 2015 as the third president of the Republic of Namibia. In 2019, during the 7th National Assembly and presidential elections, President Geingob was re-elected to a second term in office. Dr. Geingob was also the third president of the ruling SWAPO Party of Namibia, following his election at the 6th SWAPO Party Ordinary Congress in November 2017. At the 7th Ordinary Congress of the SWAPO Party in 2022, President Geingob was re-elected by acclamation as president of the SWAPO Party. As president of the Republic of Namibia from 2015 to 2024, Dr. Geingob led Namibia during a difficult period, providing steady leadership throughout an economic downturn occasioned by the global commodity crisis of 2014, severe droughts between 2014 to 2019, recorded to have been the worst in the history of Namibia, including the COVID-19 pandemic, which affected many sectors of the economy from 2020 to 2022.
Concerned with the acceleration of development and prosperity for the Namibian people, President Hage G Geingob initiated the Harambee Prosperity Plan Phase 1 and 2 with the stated objective of strengthening the effective governance, architecture, the social progression of the vulnerable, economic and infrastructure advancements for the Namibia, as well as the enhancement of the place of Namibia in international affairs. As head of state, Geingob spearheaded the creation of Sovereign Wealth Fund for Namibia to ensure inter- and intergenerational equity from the nation's natural resources. Here is a clip of Dr. Hage G Geingob during the launch of the second phase of the Harambee Prosperity Plan.
Third democratically elected president, continuing the legacy of our founding father, Comrade Sam Nujoma, and former President Comrade Hifikepunye Pohamba, who laid the solid foundations of peace and stability. I have declared all-out war against poverty and concomitant inequalities. Poverty is complex in nature, and so our approach will negate these complexities by being multifaceted. We will fight poverty on all fronts, addressing multiple challenges simultaneously. I had the opportunity to listen to Namibians from all walks of life who shared with me the most pressing issues that they are facing on a daily basis. The information that I gathered from this national dialogue is invaluable, and I am encouraged by the high level of demands and expectations placed upon me and the government as a whole. These national consultations were followed by a period of planning which was required to design suitable and coordinated interventions that can respond to the complex problems we face and bring us closer to prosperity. I am now pleased to announce the Harambee Prosperity Plan, a targeted impact plan aimed to significantly reduce poverty levels, reduce inequalities, and uplift the living standards of all Namibians. This plan will be implemented during the period of 2016-17 to 2020-21 and will come into effect on the 1st of April 2016. Prosperity is our key promise, but what do we mean when we talk about prosperity? We are referring to food, clothing, decent shelter, and water for every Namibian. In other words, we are saying that we want to ensure that every Namibian has access to the basic necessities of survival. We will only realize prosperity when we all pull in the same direction. Therefore, Harambee, a Swahili word which has been deliberately selected because it is a neutral word that all Namibians who speak different languages can rally behind, consistent to the ideal of no one should feel left out. I have declared 2016 the year of implementation, and so many Namibians can look forward to a year in which the government will preoccupy itself with accelerated intervention programs aimed at removing economic and social obstacles which continue to prevent Namibians from fulfilling their economic potential. Currently, our nation is facing several challenges such as hunger, lack of decent shelter, youth unemployment, and inadequate basic social services. The success of the government and our republic is incumbent on every Namibian's participation in the implementation of prosperity and preservation of the peace, that we have enjoyed since independence. As citizens of Namibia, each and every one of us has a role to play in bringing about a future characterized by inclusive economic growth and prosperity for all.
It's so heartwarming to see how passionate he was about Namibia and the well-being of her people. Our former president was also very keen on celebrations. In our next clip, we take a look down memory lane of his social engagements.
Very good. Happy New Year. Happy New Year.
I am the president of the country, not tribal president. So did you hear my words? President of the country, huh? Marisa, huh? Can you do this? All right. There are those who constantly try to attack us by saying that we have been too long in power. There are those who are saying we have been too long in power. But they do not say that when we were fighting, that we were fighting for too long. When we were fighting, struggling for a long time, they did not say, you are fighting for too long, stop fighting. Yet, they forget that we in South are mobilized Namibians to wage a bitter and protracted diplomatic and armed struggle for the independence of Namibia. We succeeded in that historic mission at a time when the DDA collaborated with the enemy to keep majority of Namibians oppressed and underdeveloped. Shame on them. Talking too much today. After collaborating, delaying our independence. Shame on them. Therefore,
Well, thank you very much. Difficult process to go through. You're going to the Olympics.
That in itself is an achievement, that you are going to represent your country in Japan. It's an achievement all of us were hoping for when you were your age. We didn't have the conditions that you are having today, and we couldn't make it. I was a very good sports person in everything. It could have been maybe boxing even, or running, marathon, but you see, we didn't have that chance. Now you had that, and you made use of it. So it's a very difficult time. It's a difficult time for the whole world. Olympics to be held under this kind of conditions is unusual. But when an unusual situation, a new normal must be accepted. So I'd like to congratulate all of you for having qualified. It's not easy to qualify. In the capital cities and represent the country properly. First time of behavior, that Namibia has well-behaved people, no thieves, no misbehavior, drunkenness, and so on. But to obey your coaches, and therefore represent Namibia, the land of the brave, like brave people who are representing brave country. So congratulations, go well. Because success can only be achieved when people are united behind a common goal and purpose. My role as president is to ensure unity, peace, and stability for development to take place. After the difficulties that we went through, our country is on a positive trajectory. Our country is in demand and is seen as a model for the green energy transition. But green hydrogen is a future long-term climate mitigation source, which the world is looking to, and Namibia is leading. And we should be proud of that we are the country who are leading. People are coming to talk to us about clean hydrogen. As you know, President Masisi and I did something unique and historic when we said as neighbors, it would be good that we don't require visas and passports, but to use our identity documents for our people to cross the border. That act is hailed. It's a very important step, and it's now working. Next, we are going to do it with Zambia, maybe, Angola, and then South Africa eventually, so that our people can have a free movement. We're talking about citizens, Africans who ought to move around freely in their continent. Free movement of people and goods is going to play a role in a new continental Africa free trade area. Yes, I participated in the United Nations 78th session in New York. I delivered an important statement on behalf of you at 78th session of United Nations General Assembly, stressing the need to put the 17 Sustainable Development Goals back on track and to accelerate investment in healthcare, renewable energy, education, clean water, and sanitation. I held bilateral meetings with Chancellor of Germany, Excellency Olaf Scholz. We discussed, again, recognition we are getting is to share, co-share the 2024 UN Summit for the future. It's a big recognition again, that we have to have Germany co-chair that summit of the future. Development cannot be tangible without effective multilateral and bilateral partners. Therefore, I would like to thank our development cooperation partners, including the United Nations system, the European Union, as well as our bilateral partners who have made tangible contributions throughout the year. Our efforts in economic transformation and the acceleration of sustainable development goals have been enhanced as a result of continued collaboration we have fostered with the world and also with our journalists too. So therefore, I'd like to thank all Namibians for their resilience and their commitment to peace and unity as a precondition for development. And as I said, things are looking much better. Namibia is on the move. Namibia that you know now is going to be different very soon.
Fellow Namibians, when I look back to the past 12 months, which have defined the year of revival, I am pleased with the giant steps we have made as Namibians towards our collective prosperity. We are on course in our ambition to leave Namibia in better shape come March 2025. The foundations of the Namibian House have been strengthened. Namibia is on course for a sustainable economic revival. Many Namibians will recall the difficulties we experienced over the past years, starting with a global commodity crisis in 2015, which led to protracted declines in government revenue, affecting the implementation of the ambitious development and infrastructure manifesto the government had planned to implement in the noble pursuit of prosperity for all. Many Namibians will also recall that between 2016 and 2019, the country experienced the most severe droughts to be recorded in Namibian history, forcing government to spend in excess of 3 billion Namibian dollars on drought relief to the affected sectors of our population. Undoubtedly, Namibians will not forget the calamity and devastation in 2020 caused by the invisible enemy, the COVID-19 pandemic. Namibians from all walks of life lost their loved ones. Lockdowns impacted sectors of our economy. Businesses closed down. Job losses occurred in the services sector, specifically in tourism. The policies we engineered during the pandemic, the fiscal support government provided to businesses, and cash grants availed to over 500,000 Namibians allowed the most vulnerable Namibians to absorb the COVID-19 shocks. As we traversed these difficulties, the government increased the old age pension grant from a meager 600 Namibian dollars in 2016 to 1,400 Namibian dollars. Before I leave office, I hope that the old age pension grant will be increased to 2,000 or maybe even 3,000 Namibian dollars. I call on all of you to hold hands and to ensure that no one feels left out of the Namibian House. With these words, on the eve of the year 2024, the year of expectations, the year of elections, it will be a new beginning for the Namibian House. Therefore, I extend my best wishes for the new year to all of you. Happy New Year. Long live the Republic of Namibia.
Listening to that New Year's speech, Geingob really had his vision set for Namibia for this year, even if he's only joining us in spirit for the remainder of the year.
You know, it is definitely one of those things whereby as Namibians, we do just hope to carry on his legacy and whatever plans he had in store.
And I hope those coming after him has the same idea that he has for Namibia, to still have this focus of a united nation. Yeah, I would love that for Namibia.
It would be beautiful to see. I mean, like you're saying, it was definitely one of his goals, one of his dreams, and I guess also that just added to why he was so loved by everyone. Like we were saying earlier, people were coming from as far as the north of Namibia just to pay their final respects to him.
We are getting communication from the Independence Stadium where the memorial service is taking place, and people are starting to gather there. The gates will only open at 10 o'clock this morning, and the hearse will be from Parliament Gardens to the Independence Stadium at around 11:30 later this morning.
And of course, we will be keeping you updated as everything progresses.
Is happening. We are going to take a short break and show you how the Afrikaans community of Namibia will remember our former president.
Food Lovers Market extends our heartfelt condolences to the First Lady, the Geingob family, and the people of Namibia. President Dr. Geingob's legacy of leadership and dedication to our nation will forever be remembered. During this time, we join the nation in honoring his extraordinary life and contributions to the Republic of Namibia.
Ja, goeiemiddag luisteraars. Ek is baie dankbaar dat ek ook weer 'n oombliekie kan kry om van my beurt af te praat rondom die oorledene, die president Hage Geingob. Ek het net 'n paar gedagtes waarmee ek wil deel. En die eerste gedagte waarmee ek sit regtig waar is die gedagte wat toe hy gekom het, dit was die 26 Desember 1989. Dit was die eerste keer wat hy teruggekom het in die land en dit was 'n familiedag. Maar die dag het hy in Katutura gekom waar ek en Auntie Ida vlees gebraai het. En daar gekom en ons het nou vir ons nou rondgeskuif want hy moes die opkomende prime minister gewees het. En toe het ons nog gesê die PM het gekom, die PM, en sy joke was, moenie vir my PM9 roep nie. Dis moes hy ou batterye, so ek is nie die PM9 nie, maar ek is daarom gelyk, want ek is meer powerful as die PM9. En dan het ons nou so lekker gelag. Wat ook vir my daar tydelik was hy was met die wagte gewees, maar hy het ons het nou die vlees gebraai en toe het ons die vlees gaan weggesit. En dan sê hy, nee, waar is hierdie vlees wat nou so lekker gereik het? Laat ek net die vlees eet. En toe het die sê, ek genoot wou nie hê nie. En dan het hy gesê, hierdie mense sal my niks toe aandoen nie. Hierdie is my mense. En daar het hy met 'n boodskap vir ons twee gelos, Auntie Ida en ek, Auntie Ida Hofman. Toe sê die president, as ek op die leer opklim, maar as ek val, dan moet julle vir my hou vas. Moenie laat ek teen die grond de gronde gaan nie. En dit was iets wat vir my tot nou toe hou. Wat ek verder kan sê regtig waar, is dat ek het opgemerk dat die persoon altyd soos die Engelsmense sal sê, the first was. Hy het altyd iets eerste gedoen. En die paar dinge wat hy eerste gedoen het, waaraan mens nie altyd dink nie, is dat as ek nou kyk daarna, het hy eerste, was hy die persoon wat toe die mense in die dungeons was gesê het, advies gegee en gesê het, kan ons eers na die mense luister. Hy was die eerste persoon tussen die baie mense. Hy was ook die eerste persoon vir my wat die kinders se toelag en die ou mense se toelag aangespoor en op grond gebring het. Daar was nie daardie soorte program. Die kinders se toelag was daar, maar dit was net 100 en iets. Maar hy het eerste daarin geding om te sê, kom ons verhoog en dit moontlik gemaak. En dan verder nog tot nou toe vir die ou mense hulle se sende verhoog. Hy was die eerste. Hy was ook die eerste persoon wat die basic income grant se geld eerste geskenk het. En gesê het, ek stem saam met die basic income grant. En van daaraf in sy president stoel het hy regtig waar vir ons die poverty ministry gebring. En 'n minister aangestel. Hy was die eerste persoon wat dit dan gedoen het. Hy was ook die eerste persoon wat die konstitusie geskryf het en saam met sy span en paar dinge gedoen het. En hy is nou baie pynlik die eerste persoon wat deur daardie konstitusie wat hy neergesit het, sal begrawe word. En ook die aanstelling is gedoen van wat hy begin. So hy is die eerste persoon as 'n president wat vir ons gelos het en ons bou by hom die voorbeeld. Hoe moet ons 'n president begrawe? Wat moet ons doen? Ek het oral gegaan. Ek het in 6 Fontein gegaan. Die kinders het daar so vir hom met sy beeld gebetreer en belofte gegee dat we are never alone. Ek was in Oshana en Nana. Ek het daar in die magistraatshof gesien hoe sy beeld daar so staan, hoe die mense eer aan hom bring. Dit is die eerste keer dat ons president vir ons president 'n half mas moes gee. En ek het oral, ek het by game gegaan, baie mooi het hulle sy beeld daar neergesit. Dit is die eerste keer dat dit in die winkels, in die huise word hy betreer. So dit is vir my wat ek van hierdie president sal onthou. Die eerste persoon, hy was die eerste persoon wat ook die land se verkiesing gedoen het. En ek dink hy is die eerste persoon wat sy tweede hoof as 'n acting neergesit en gesê het, ek gaan, jy moet na die mense kyk. En dis vir my die beste wat as 'n mens vrede in 'n persoonlike hoedanigheid van hierdie man kan sê, dan sien ek die eerste doen dinge van hom, het die vrede, en hy het vir my 3 dinge gelos. Die 3 dinge is, ek is die president van Namibia, ek is nie 'n tribal president nie, niemand moet uitgelos word nie, en dan die mystery dat hy vir mense gelos het om te sê, kan hy sy eie moedertaal praat of kan hy nie praat nie, en tog kan hy sy moedertaal praat. So vlot soos dit kan wees. En ek sê net aan die familie, groot sterkte, aan die Namibiane, ons mag nie sy droom uitlos nie. Ons moet hy volg, ons moet die eerste persoon se gedagtes self voltooi. Ja, baie dankie en sterkte Namibiane.
Baie dankie vir die liefde en die vrede wat in hierdie land geheers het. Al die jare. Ons was nie bang vir oorlog en daai dinge nie. Ons het geweet hy sal ons beskerm en vir ons opkyk. En hy het geen verskil gemaak tussen kleur nie. Almal is dieselfde, was dieselfde vir hom gewees. Almal is dieselfde vir hom met hom behandel. En hy was 'n regte hoof om na op te sien. Dr. Geingob is nou vandag nie meer daar nie. Ek was geskok toe ek hoor hy is siek en hy is oor see. En nog meer geskok, hy het net die Sondag teruggekom en die Woensdag is hy oorlede, skielik aan kanker. Maar die liefde en die vrede wat in hierdie land geheers het, is die belangrikste. Ons was nie bang nie sal oorlog uitbreek nie, want ons het geweet, ons het 'n president wat weet wat hy doen en weet waar om na ons te kyk. Ons kinders het skole waarvoor ons baie dankbaar is. Hulle kan leer. Hulle is saam met die dit is 'n gemeende skool. Wit en swart het nie by hom saak gemaak nie. Almal is oor een kamp geskeer. Ons is almal gelyk behandel. As hy vir die ene ding gedoen het, het hy dit vir die ander gedoen. Ek praat baie met die kerkers hierso, dan sê hulle hy het baie vir hulle gedoen. Hy het vir hulle huise gebou. Hy het vir hulle grond gegee. Hy het vir hulle na hulle omgesien. En ons op kyk hierdie plek wat ek in bly. Was dit nie vir hom nie? Was hierdie plek nie hier vandag nie? Nee? En ons land het net vorentoe gegaan. Ons het nie agteruit gegaan nie. En ek wil vir sy vrou en sy kinders sê, hulle moet sterk wees en die Here sal na hulle omsien en vir hulle krag gee. Ek weet nie wanneer is die begrafnis nie, ek luister altyd oor die radio, maar ek weet nog nie wanneer die begrafnis is nie, maar ek gaan dit op TV kyk.
Friends, my name is Reverend Ashwell Richards, a minister of the Methodist Church of Southern Africa, serving here in Namibia District, in the Windhoek Circuit. And on behalf of all Methodist people within our connection, we want to take this opportunity to share our deepest condolences to the people of Namibia on the passing of their president, the late Dr. Geingob. And so in this moment, friends, on behalf of Methodist people, we would like to leave you with the words coming from Matthew chapter 14, verses 13 to 31. And in the story, we see three things coming from Jesus, and these are our wishes to you. It is the story of Jesus feeding the crowd, and the three things that stands out for us that we wish to share with you this morning is, number one, we would like to tell you that Jesus sees us when we suffer. In the story, we see how Jesus saw the suffering of the people within this text. And so we want to assure you that you are not forgotten, you are not forsaken as the people of Namibia, that Jesus does see you where you are, in your suffering, in your struggles, in your pain for losing your late and departed president. The second thing within the story is that not only does Jesus just see the suffering of people, but he's also able to step in and act on the suffering of people. And he has done it for generations in the past, and we are sure and certain that he will do it for you as a people of Namibia as well. That God in his infinite mercy and grace will also extend his hand upon you and intervene in your suffering. The last thing that we would like to say that we get from the story, not only does he see and does he act upon it, but he comes alongside of us in the suffering. And so it is our prayer that he will do the same thing to you, that he will come alongside of you, that he will offer you guidance after losing your leader, that he will offer the new leadership that steps into his position also guidance, but we also hope that he will come alongside of you to offer you the comfort that only he has to offer. And so in the words of scripture where we receive the promise from Jesus that I will never leave you nor forsake you, it is our prayer that you know that these are not just words coming from him, but it's a promise, and it's the one thing that we know as Methodist people, is that Jesus always keeps his promises. So we continue to pray for you, we continue to hold you in our prayers and in our thoughts, and we continue to journey alongside of you in your pain. This is coming from Methodist people, not just within Namibia, but in all 6 countries that is part of this connection: South Africa, Namibia, Botswana, Lesotho, and Mozambique. May God continue to be with you in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
is Leandre Human van die Oude Thuis in Otjiwarongo. Ons naam is Altersheim Otjiwarongo. Ons is 'n Duitse Evangelische Lutherse Kerk se Oude Thuis en ons wil graag namens die personeel van die Oude Thuis sowel as die inwoners van die Oude Thuis graag vir die familie Geingob sterkte toewens met die afsterwe van Papa Geingob. So op die einde van die dag is ons werk om mense voor te berei om die ewige lewe te beerwe en as Christene glo en vertrou ek dat wanneer 'n mens jou kop neerlê, jy direk in jou hemelhuis aangekom het. Met ander woorde, hier by die Altersheim het ons glad nie 'n negatiewe gevoel of 'n hartseer gevoel ten opsigte van 'n afsterwe nie. Ons is eintlik opgewonde en dankbaar vir die lewe wat 'n persoon gelei het en sodoende aan die einde van sy lewe tuis te kom in sy hemelhuis en ewige vrede te mag hê. So mag dit waar wees vir Papa Geingob en mag dit waar wees vir sy familie dat hulle met vrede hierdie nuwe fase van hulle lewe ingaan waar hy die land gelei het tot waar ons nou is. Ons is dankbaar. Ons is dankbaar vir die vrede wat hy nagelaat het en ons hoop en bid dat sy familie ook daardie eternal vrede sal hê wat ons ook hier ervaar. Van ons aftreeoort se kant af en van ons inwoners en personeel baie sterkte aan die familie. Dankie.
Goeiedag. My naam is Jan van Wyk, president van die United People's Movement en ook 'n lid van die 7de Nasionale Vergadering van Namibië. Dit was met groot skok dat ek op 4 Februarie verneem het van die afsterwe van die president van ons land. Net so voor 5 Sondagoggend het ek hierdie slegte nuus ontvang. En van 'n oomblik het ek magteloos gevoel, hartseer en besef dat 'n land is geruk, 'n land is in rou. Ek het die geleentheid gehad om president Geingob te ontmoet op die 24ste Mei 2017 by Staatshuis. Tydens hierdie geleentheid het ons sake van landsbelang bespreek. Maar die belangrikste was die oorhandiging van 'n Bybel aan president Geingob. En ek kan met trots sê dat hy het diep spore getrap in hierdie land. Hy het gehelp om hierdie land te slyp en sy bydrae sal ons vir ewig bybly. Hy het altyd sy medemens met respek hanteer. Dit was seker een van die belangrikste dinge in die lewe van Geingob. Hy het almal respekteer. As jy hom respekteer, sal jy ook respek van hom ontvang. En ek het hom as so 'n persoon leer ken. Sy heengaan is vir ons as 'n nasie 'n groot skok. En ons besef dat dit sal moeilik wees om hom te vervang. Maar ons dank die Here dat hy kon deel wees van ons lewens. Ons dank die Here dat hy as president, maar ook voor dit, groot bydraes gemaak het in ons land. En ons vertrou dat die Here sy geliefde vroutjie en ook sy kinders, familie sal vertroos met die wete dat hy het gedoen wat hy moes doen. En dat hy nou ewige rus vind in die hande, in die skoot van ons hemelse Vader. Baie dankie.
Geliefdes in die Here, ek is Bishop Gaya van die Methodiste Kerk in Namibië. En ek wil hier die boodskap uitstuur na julle aangaande die sterfte van ons president Dr. Hage G Geingob. En so in hierdie tyd wanneer ons besig is om na die graf te gaan met hom saam, om vir hom finaal te groet, wil ons die nasie bemoedig met hierdie woorde. Wanneer die Here dan met Israel praat, net voordat hulle in 'n nuwe dispensation gaan, in 'n nuwe Kanaan gaan, dan sê hy vir Joshua, het ek nie vir jou gesê dat jy moet sterk wees, dat jy moet moed hou nie. Van ek is met jou. En ek weet dat so baie mense geroer word en hulle harte seer is met die sterfte en onbeplande, selfs dit was steeds in ons gedagte dat ons president ons sal los nie. Iemand so vol van energie, iemand wat dansend met mense geloop het, wat dit nie as moeite geag het om op die laagste van die laagste mense se standaard te kom nie. En so in hierdie moeilike tyd, en hou ons net vas aan die feit, dat die Here is saam met ons, dat hy ons sal dra deur hierdie moeilike tyd, dat die son môre sal skyn en miswolke sal haas verdwyn, dat ons deur hierdie storm sal gaan, van met Christus aan ons kant kan ons 'n bendestorm loop, kan ons boor 'n hoë muur spring, kan ons hardloop en nie moeg word nie. Wanneer ons praat van Namibia, praat ons van mense wat resilient is. Ons praat van mense wat deur moeilike situasies gegaan het. En net soos wat die Here ons gedra het in die verlede, so sal die Here dit ook doen in hierdie tyd. Mag ons president se siel in vrede rus en mag die Namibiaanse mense moed kry of moed vind in hierdie tyd in, dat môre die son weer sal skyn. Die Here seën julle. Bye bye.
My naam is John Walters, die vorige ombudsman van ons republiek. Ek wil graag my stem voeg by die ontelbare stemme wat opgegaan het ter ere van die nalatenskap van ons ontslape Hage G Geingob. Sy heengaande was te skielik en onverwags. Gevolglik het dit my geskok, soos dit vir elkeen in ons land 'n groot skok was. Tydens die vieringe van die bewusmaking week vir menseregte, gereël deur my voorganger Beans Governors, het die eerste minister, Hage G Geingob, op 11 Desember 2001 die volgende gesê. My vertaling, en ek haal aan. Ons het geveg om onsself te bevry, om 'n demokrasie hier te vestig. Sonder die stryd sou vryheid, menseregte en die grondwet nie moontlik gewees het nie. Menseregte is ook ekonomiese regte. Daarom moet ons onsself afvra. Handhaaf ons menseregte wanneer 'n persoon nie 'n huis, werk of kos het om te eet nie. Aktiwiteite soos die bewusmakingsweek vir menseregte word verwelkom, maar ons moet probeer om dieselfde te doen vir ons grondwet. 9 Februarie is ons grondwetdag en dit moet gebruik word om sekere aspekte van die grondwet uit te lig, om mense bewus te maak van hul regte. Die woorde het my en my kollegas geïnspireer om Grondwetdag elke jaar gedurende Februarie te vier, in 'n poging om die letter en gees van die grondwet in die harte en siele van die volk te skryf. Dit is sy latenskap vir my, ons gemeenskaplike liefde vir ons grondwet. Ons sal sy nalatenskap eerbiedig wanneer ons die grondwet lees, bestudeer en die letter en gees daarvan in ons harte en siele skryf. Rus in salige vrede, Hage G Geingob. Lank lewe jou geliefde grondwet. Lank lewe jou geliefde republiek. Ons innige medelee aan die hele familie. Hou vas aan sy onverganklike siel tot julle herontmoeting in die hiernamaals.
Die ene was Damian gewees, hy was in die gatte gewees. En dan soos daar wat sneeuw, heel wat paar jong mannetjies was hier gewees. En dan is dit nog dat Damian nog begin het die gatte so storie vir hom opgekrap het. Maar dan sê ek vir hom, hier raak julle nie die storie aan, he. Julle reël 'n afspraak en julle gaan kry vir Hage in sy kantoor en julle kan die sak daar opklaar, maar net nie binne in my huis nie. Maar dan sê hy, loop Sander, laat hulle praat. Het is nodig dat 'n mens kan oorweet wat die gevoelens van hulle is, want dis dinge wat in werklikheid gebeur het. Goed. En na die gesprek, dan sê hy, ek kan net nie onthou in watter rigting die praat van hom gekom het nie. Maar dan sê hy vir my, Ida, ek sit baie hoog. Ek sit daar daarbo. Want hy tyd is mos die tyd wat hulle ingekom het, die konstitusie word geskryf en altes meer. Ek sit daarbo. En as ek van daar af val, dan kom lê ek in skerwe. Nou, ek soek mense. Mense wat as ek val vir my daarbo, vir my kan vang. Dat ek nie op die skerwe kom lê nie. Want hy het nou met al gepraat, was so interessant, maar goed. Dan sê hy, I wasn't clean, ek soek plekke waar ek kan vasklou. Ek wil nie val nie, asseblief Ida. Maar as jy verkeerde pad loop, roep my terug, Ida. As ek honger is, voed my. As ek nak is, trek my aan. As ek dors is, gee vir my water. Ek soek na mense wat vir my sal kan help en kan opsien. Ek sal nooit dit vergeet nie. Dit is wat hy gesê het. Ons het die nag deurgebring, daar was nie enige, hoe kan ek sê, misverstande en fights en dinge gewees nie. En so het hulle huis toe gegaan. Dit het diep in my gewerk. Diep in my gewerk. Maar ek onthou, toe hy as prime minister afgehaal was, dit was mos nie aangenaam gewees nie. Dan is dit dat ek onthou wat hy gesê het. En ek kry my seun. En ek kry byle Hendrik Oor, hy was 'n pastoor gewees wat ook in die buiteland was. Ek meen in Zambia was, maar ter Zambia en teruggekom het, maar hy het gesterf, nou, hoe kan ek sê, maar hy het geleef, wat ek was ek en my dogter, Hendrik Oor, as 'n pastoor, en dan pastoor Kiesting sy 2 kinders, 'n seun en 'n dogter, die ene wat sing en nog die ander vir hulle. Het ons toe saam gegaan en ons het 'n gebed vir hom gaan gehou. Man, ek onthou, hy het so 'n swaar pak aangehad, nee, pak nie, maar jy weet, klere. En hy het sy sakdoek gehad, en hy het gehuil, en hy het gehuil. En ek sê vir hom, Prime Minister Hage, ek is hier vandag, op grond van wat jy gesê het. Jy is mos die ene wat gesê het, as jy in nood is, as hulle jou laat val, as daar enige iets gebeur met jou, jy soek jou mense wat vir jou kan.
Ek is Bennett Namasep van LPM Grootfontein Brands. Al die sterkte na die familie van late President of Republic of Namibia, Hage G Geingob.
Well, we are currently getting footage from Independence Stadium, as we promised earlier that we will be updating you as to what is happening on the ground at Independence Stadium. And right now people are flooding at the gates, and as they arrive, they are actually getting food packs and the Namibian flag just to show their patriotism. As you can see there, a lot of people running to get in, find good seats.
I see there's a lot of exhibitors making sure that the people outside will be fed, and there are drinks for sale as well. Yes, they are receiving food packs as they enter.
I think honestly that just goes to show how patriotic Namibians are as a people. The fact that people are going the extra mile. Yes. To make sure that people are going to be fed, because we've seen the program, it is going to be a full day. That's actually Jean Kamopunga, who traveled from Swakopmund just to pay her last respects to President Hage G Geingob, and she's wearing a dress.
She's really dressed for the occasion.
She's dressed for the occasion. That's full-on patriotism.
Yes.
It's beautiful to see, honestly speaking. And like I was saying earlier on, the fact that many people are coming together to ensure that we are united in paying our last respects.
And that's exactly what our former president wanted, to have that inclusive nation, to make sure that no one is left behind.
I think it's truly inspiring, it's truly wonderful. Again, it is something that pulls on the heartstrings. The fact that we can all come together, it is unfortunate that, of course, it has to be under these circumstances. Yes.
They have opened the gates earlier than expected. That is to make sure that everyone is seated for the formal program to start on time.
Yes. And I think also just the fact that we're seeing everyone coming together. And like you're saying, because they had to open the gates earlier.
Yes.
Just to allow people in. Otherwise, the queues were going to be insanely long.
So we also have big screens being set up at the Hage G Geingob Stadium. So if people are not, if they can't be accommodated at Independence Stadium, they can still follow on big screens at Hage G Geingob.
Okay, yeah, I think that is honestly one of those beautiful things that makes sure everyone is included. And, you know, that is a beautiful quote. What it means to love you, no one will ever know.
Yeah. So we are going to switch over and talk to Matthias of the Namibian Sun, and he will tell us a little bit more about the protocol and the security measures in place for not only today, but for the weekend.
All right, let's have a look.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined with Matthias from the Namibian Sun. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Yolanda. It's good to be here.
Yeah, thank you for joining me in studio.
Good.
So this weekend is going to be busy. It's a first for Namibia. We lost our first reigning president. And I think there's a lot of unknowns for Namibians out there. There's a lot of dignitaries expected over the weekend. What can we expect over the weekend with the memorial service and the funeral taking place?
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a very busy weekend. I must say it's not only the first reigning president we are losing, it's the first president we are losing in actual fact. But it's definitely going to be a full jam-packed program, of course starting today already, with a procession around the capital city. There's a lot of international visitors expected, and also many more local mourners. So it'll be a mixture of international and local mourners. So I believe it looks like all the systems are go in terms of planning and preparations. Information has been disseminated throughout the week. Of course, we've never held an event of this magnitude. I believe 1990 independence was the last time we would have held something of this magnitude. So we'll see how it plays out. But I'm confident that it's all systems go. There shouldn't be any major hiccups. For those who would be jetting into the country to attend this historical event, I believe they will be well catered for. That goes for the locals as well.
Do we know who some of these heads of states are that will be coming for the weekend?
Yeah, it's mostly African heads of states. I believe if it has not changed, the last time I checked, it was around 18 sitting heads of states from African countries. There are also about 9 or 8 former heads of states from the continent who will be here, who have confirmed that they'll attend. We've seen the former president of Liberia has already arrived, Ms. Ellen Sirleaf Johnson. She's already arrived. Of course, we understand the president from Cuba is also going to be here. Of course, Cuba is a very close friend of Namibia since the years of the liberation struggle, so it's no surprise there. Most of the other bigger countries, superpowers as they are called, have opted to send envoys. Some of them would then be represented by their diplomats, their ambassadors, the non-resident and the resident ones. So that's what we can expect. I've also seen on the list the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations will be here. The chairperson of the African Union Commission will also be here. So it's quite a packed list as far as dignitaries are concerned.
And when you look at that list, it's just testament of what Hage G Geingob not only meant for our country, but the impact he had globally.
Yeah, he surely had an impact. I mean, we never really understood the reason behind his. We always say he traveled so much. There was always a reason behind that. You know, he would always say that Namibia is a friend to all and enemy to none. So that is the type of life that he lived, and it shows now with the interest from the international community as far as his funeral and burial is concerned.
With the amount of big names being here this weekend, what can we expect security-wise? What security measures will be in place?
Yeah, security will definitely be tighter than before. That's obvious. Of course, from a domestic perspective, the entire security cluster, I believe, from the Namibian police, the Namibian defense, the army, the intelligence, so all of those, I'm sure they would already have put the groundwork in place to ensure that we are ready to assuage any fears. Of course, those who are flying in also have their own security details. So it will be a combination of the two, sort of a collaboration between the two. But as for those in the capital, it would be wise of us to really expect an abnormal situation this weekend. And it's really expected. It's nothing strange in terms of routes, major routes being closed, delays in traffic, so all those things. So it's better that we plan ahead. You plan your affairs ahead. You don't want to find yourself, especially in the area of town, the area of Independence Stadium, the area of Parliament Gardens. It is better you avoid those routes if you have anywhere to get fast.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The event is open to the public. We are expecting thousands of people to attend at the Independence Stadium on Saturday. What is the protocols? Should everyone wear specific clothes? How do we get in?
Yeah, so it's a public event. So everyone will be welcomed. I understand there would be some gears, perhaps T-shirts or caps or so on, given out to members of the public. There's also public transport arranged for the public to get to the various venues. That's of course the stadium and the Heroes Acre on Sunday. But in terms of protocol, I believe we've over the years been a very peaceful nation. We've not had any major issues at events. Of course, we've never had an event of this magnitude, but I believe the spirit of unity and peace that has prevailed over the years, I think that's all that's required as far as protocol is concerned from the members of the public. And it's a somber moment, and I believe everyone will play their part to ensure that this goes well.
Matthias, if you had 2 minutes to say goodbye to our former president, what would your message of condolence be?
Well, it will definitely be one of unity and inclusivity. That's what he stood for. Those are the things he preached over during his term as president. Of course, as a political scientist, he knew which words would reverberate with the public. And he saw that unity and inclusivity is something that we should be big on as a nation. So as far as condolences are concerned, I think we should take strength in what he left us with, that message of unity and inclusivity as a nation. He referred to the nation as a Namibian house where all of us lived. So I think that's what we should take forward. We should take solace and condolences in there to say, he's gone now, so we should continue building the Namibian house in the manner in which he would have loved to.
Matthias, thank you so much for your time.
Yeah.
And good luck for all the work you'll be doing over the weekend during the memorial service and the funeral.
Yeah, no, thank you. We'll see how it goes, but it will definitely go well. Thanks.
Ladies and
Well, that was Matthias from the Namibian Sun, of course, running us through some of the protocols to be followed throughout today and tomorrow, or rather over the course of the weekend. Now, again, we were seeing yesterday some youth that had T-shirts printed out, written Hagelulu, because Dr. Hage Geingob was affectionately known by many as Hagelulu, Hugs, Grootman. He went by a lot of names because also he used to engage with the youth, especially on X and social media. I remember especially with the pandemic, with the lockdowns, how people would affectionately call him Grootman, please, with the restrictions and the curfews. Yeah.
We are going to switch over to the Independence Stadium shortly, and we will then be joined in studio with Ashwin Mberi and Matthias Haufiku from Namibian Sun. Before that, we are going to look at a couple of tributes that came in from the arts and entertainment community, and then also from the youth of Namibia.
Hello, hello, beautiful people. My name is Dr. Nasim Teki, and I am a Namibian born and bred musician/performer, and I am also a recent graduate of the University of Namibia School of Medicine, also known as Dr. Hage Geingob campus. I would like to extend my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the family of His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, and I would also like to extend my sincere and heartfelt condolences to the weeping nation of Namibia. I am forever grateful to have been born and raised in a country where in my generation I have never known war or conflict, but only peace. We are forever grateful to you, sir, for the service that you have done for our country. Thank you forever and eternally. For those of you that are feeling this great loss and you are grieving, the only thing that I can really say in order to give any form of comfort as a musician is that everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. Everything's gonna be alright. As the late great Bob Marley once said.
I want to send my condolences to the family and to the nation. We have lost a hero. We have lost a father. We have lost a leader, a president. May his soul rest in peace. May his soul rest in power. He was a great leader. Rest in peace. The father, the president, the leader, Dr. Hage G Geingob. Thank you.
Hage G Geingob, we honor you, we remember you, we celebrate your legacy. I know you did your best, because people can say whatever they want, but we all know Dr. Hage G Geingob did his best. He tried to influence where he could, and for me, it speaks volumes of a president that is willing to listen. And I say this because I'm coming from a creative space, and there are many occasions where we try to include the president, and you'd see the president out at social settings, you would see him attend creative events, you would see him come, you know, he was there. The First Lady, by extension, did the same, you know, she would come to events, she would support events when we are filming, when we are doing fashion, when we are doing music, entertainment. So to me, that's a president that cares. That is a president that acknowledged us, that says, I see you guys in the creative space. So for that, we honor your legacy. We are very grateful for your service. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ilka Platt and I'm the founder of Poya Media. I would like to say thank you to NMH for allowing me to share these few words. So not only just from a media perspective, but also having engaged with the late president, that's Dr. Hage G Geingob. The Office of the President, their doors were always open for consultation, always open for discussions, as well as those that we always brought in from the international perspective of our clients at Poya Media. Observing his joyous personality, before we would engage with the real business and the courtesy visit, he would always like to, find out more about the person. And on a lighter note, this, African way of getting to know someone before you engage in the official proceeding. Not only that, our late president, he was a people's person, somebody that you could relate to from, office of the state diplomatical to the people on the street, the community members. And we saw that greatly through his participation and involvement through the soccer cup that was named after him, as well as musical entertaining events. We saw him present at Kofi Olumide's concert and many, many others as well. There's so many examples that we can give that he was a people's person. He would like to be involved with where the people are. When we saw him on the media footage strolling in Swakopmund, also at the local suburbs, just to feel how it feels to be with the communities and not to be out of touch. A leader, a true example, leading while bleeding. In the past couple of months, we've observed that even though he went through much, he was able to still be steadfast, still keep his head on strong to be able to lead the nation as well. May we use this as an example to applaud our leaders while they're still around and also help the office of the president. It's so difficult to please all the people all the time, but if we all pull in our weight and we're able to change that narrative, be it the education, health, whatever system it may be, it's teamwork. So we would like to send our condolences to the former First Lady, as well as the direct family members and the friends. He will dearly be missed, especially with the presence that he always allowed us to feel. May his soul rest in peace.
My name is Ashton Berry. I'm a poet, MC, television presenter, and theatre maker. I'd like to take this moment to extend my heartfelt condolences to Madam Monica Gengos, the Geingob family, and indeed the Namibian nation at large on the passing of the third President of the Republic, Dr. Hage G Geingob. I had the pleasure and indeed the honor of performing for the President several times, and what I can say is that his energy was always vibrant and indeed palpable. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Good day, I go by the name of Ms. Gideon. I'm an artist and I'm deeply saddened by the passing of our third president. I would like to send out my condolences to our first family. We are grieving with you, we keep you in our prayers, and I'd like you to know that there is nothing that God cannot heal, and this too shall pass.
There are no words to describe how painful this moment is. For different people, he was different things. To some, he was a father. To some, he was an uncle. To others, a husband. To others, he was a great leader. And because of that, we are all going to mourn differently. There was no way you were ever in his presence and you did not feel his impact or feel his leadership. And because of that, I'm certain that the impact he has made in all of our lives will continue on as a legacy. And that on its own is something that we can all hold on to. May his soul rest in peace, but I also pray for those that he has left behind. I pray for the family that has been left behind. I pray that they will remember him for all of the joy and the love that he brought to their lives. And I pray that the nation will continue to remember the great legacy that he has left behind. May his soul rest in peace.
I'm Fidi the rapper, and I'd like to give my deep and dearest condolences to His Excellency Dr. G Hage Geingob, the former President of Namibia. In addition, I'd like to extend my condolences to Her Excellency, the First Lady, Madam Gengos. In addition to that, I'd also like to extend my condolences to the bereaved family. Our president was a man of passion, a man of leadership who cared for the Namibian nation. He inspired all of us in all our different disciplines to excel, to push the Namibian flag forward, to push the Namibian nation forward. He was a lover of music, he was a lover of arts. And as a musician, all we can do is celebrate his life. It is sad with his untimely passing, but his legacy lives on. A future of Namibia having a global presence. And it is our duty as Namibian people to let his legacy live and thrive. Therefore, we've lost a leader, but your legacy never dies. Thank you for leading the Namibian nation.
Greetings, this is Lisa Ehlers. I just want to pay tribute and my last respects to the late and great President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Hage G Geingob. I was privileged to be the main performer at his inaugural independence, and that was in 2015. And I remember people saying, who flew in this Latina lady? When in fact, I'm just the Macy from Marintal. And that was another moment in time where I saw that we had a people's president. Because in, I'm not sure, I think it was 2017, when I was the official host of MultiChoice's 25 years of celebration at their 25th birthday. I went backstage as obliged by protocol, and His Excellency said, "Hello, Macy van Marintal. So I knew that he was a people's president and knew what was happening on the ground. So thank you for the acknowledgement and for the support, for the inclusivity and intentionality, Mr. President. Viva to your legacy and to your memory.
Words, speechless, sad. I think that's one thing that all the Namibians are going through right now. A bit of confusion, you don't know, is this real? It's so unreal. Our president, my president, has always referred to him. Really, really sad that my president, the late Dr. Hage G Geingob, you've done your best. You've done very well. You've steered the ship, which is Namibia. We've supported you, and we'll still keep supporting the initiatives that you were pushing on. It's really hurt to her. My heart goes out to you. I pray for you and your family. Pray for strength, good health, for everyone together. Let's support one another. And Mr. President, you've done well. You need to rest now. You didn't prepare us for this moment. One thing I'll take away from this is the personality that you had towards the media. Kind of a love and hate relationship, but it was a sports lover. You've touched each and every Namibian, even from the young ones. You've touched each and every Namibian. And definitely your name will be known through generations and generations to come. Rest well, and we Namibians will dearly miss you, and we still love you.
Hello, I'm so happy to be here to share my story of the president. It's a very personal story for me, and it's something I'll never forget, and I'll always remember the president with great affection. My name's Sandy Rudd, and I'm a producer, director, and I worked at the College of the Arts, and I was commissioned to do a major production at the Independence celebrations, the 25th year, 2015, when the president was celebrating his first independence celebrations as the president. And I did this massive production with over 1,500 participants. So we had the youngsters dancing, and then I had commissioned and made by the students of the College of the Arts life-size puppets, a bit like the puppets from the War Horse. These are beautiful working. You saw the puppets moving, and we made them like you make wire toys. I was influenced by the wire motor cars, and I had them made out of this plastic piping. And the College of the Arts and the art students there rose to the occasion and made 50 life-size animal puppets. 2 of the puppets they made, and there were 4 or 5 puppeteers working, so they could bow, they could kneel, so they were real animals working. 2 of the puppets I wanted to be part of the presentation were oryx, because on the coat of arms of Namibia there are 2 oryxes holding up the coat of arms, and I thought they are very central part of Namibia's independence. And part of the choreography of the production was to have the puppets go and bow at the dignitaries and be part of engaging the audience. And the president was so taken by their bowing that he spontaneously jumped off his seat and he ran to the edge of the seating, and he too then bowed at the oryx. And it was such a beautiful moment to see the president engaging in the story, engaging in what was happening. And of course the puppeteers working those oryxes were completely thrilled with him bowing at them. So he was part of the production. And many people for days afterwards and weeks afterwards remembered that particular moment. It was very, very special. And then the second part of me being happy about this memory was when the president did a ride around the stadium in his beautiful Land Rover, and he was waving at everyone. And the 500 youth who were in the production spontaneously all ran into the auditorium, and he was so happy that he actually did the circuit 2 times, and he had 1,500 youth with their flags waving, and he was high-fiving them and clapping them, and he was just so happy to have the youth of Namibia celebrating this man's reign. And we were all very excited that day, and that's my memory of our president, and it's one that will stay with me and everyone who participated in that production. It was always him bowing and being so wonderful to the youth. So I'm happy to share my story with you. Thank you.
It's a very somber time that we as Namibians are experiencing. Yes, we've lost our former president, a great leader indeed, someone who came down to the people's level, someone who we will always remember for his jokes, his accessibility, one of the very first presidents that said, hey, here I am, I'm on Twitter, you've got access to me. I think as a youth we can all attest to the fact that he allowed accessibility, him as well as the former First Lady. My condolences goes out to the First Lady, the entire Geingob family, and everybody that has been affected within this space. Yes, there are times where we feel hopeless, but I think in this very time, let's celebrate him, let's celebrate his legacy, and that which he as the president has sort of just led us as a country towards. We miss him, and our deepest condolences once again goes out to everyone that has been affected, and let's celebrate being proudly Namibian. Omake.
Today, I would like to express my sincere condolences to the former First Lady, Monica Geingob, and the whole Geingob family. The time of mourning has always been for me also time to reminiscence, to call out memories I made with the person who passed. Such a memory I also have with the Dr. Hage Geingob, when I saw him once walking in a shopping mall, going about his business, greeting people, laughing with them. This memory of his will always stay with me. It's always hard to lose a family member, and even harder when you lose a leader. Since Namibia has become my second country, my home, and its people have become my family, today I am mourning the passing of the late President, Dr. Hage Geingob. May his soul rest in peace.
I just want to pass my heartfelt condolences, especially to the entire family of the late President Hage Geingob. For me, I met him several times, not necessarily one-on-one, but I met him several times at functions, either at independence celebrations, at Swapol, race and things like that. But he was always, I think 90%, he was always the one to pick me out of the crowd, whether I am with the money on stage, he would say, hey Ras, come, and I go to him, and he will always ask you, are you fine? Are you good? Are you really fine? So I think he was a star in Namibia. His vibrancy, his humility, you understand. He will always talk to people and dance to your music. He loves sport. I think the entire Namibian nation will miss a guy like that. I mean, he was the only one like that. He was the only one like that. He was more democrat. He was not militant, you know. Everybody could make a joke or could even insult him on social media. And I think we all know that. But he wouldn't come with fire and say, hey, you listen, you people. So I think that's how liberal he was. And he will always be in some of our hearts. You know. Yeah. Rest easy, big man. Easy.
Today, I am Primrose Harrises, a Namibian born and raised singer-songwriter, and this is my tribute to our departed president. His Excellency, President Hage G Geingob, was not only a great political leader of efficient and effective service delivery, but he was a wise and brave president. His Excellency unified different people, races, and ethnicities in sports, education, music, business, and in politics, where he built one Namibia, one nation house, where different elements joined to maintain the peace, unity, solidarity, and prosperity that we all know today. May he eternally rest in power. To continue my tribute, I'd like to give an a cappella version of a song I wrote for him. There comes a time in our lives when we miss the ones we love. There comes a time in our lives when things don't feel right. Where do I go when life don't make sense? Where do I go when love takes it all? Where do I go when love lives no more? Where do I go? So take love slow, may rest in power. We miss you, President. There comes a time in our lives where we miss the ones we love. There comes a time in our lives when things don't feel right. Where do I go when life don't make sense? Where do I go when love lives no more? Where do I go when love takes it all? Where do I go? So take love slow.
Us as people have not seen the good things we have done. All we saw was corruption in our country, but we take back our words even though it's too late. We as one nation truly appreciate every incredible thing you've sweat and for that you have done to our country. You were just not a president to our country, but a leader to our nation. And not just a leader, but a father to us all. You are a true fighter. For that we give our condolences to our loved ones. We will always carry you in our hearts, forever and after. May your soul rest in peace, our dearest President, Hage G Geingob.
Nambia Ayashkari come out say, Dr. Hage Geingob, Nipna Sare, Dr. Hage Geingob, Nipna Nure, one Hagabib Kotai, Titsko Weam, Mogo Kesida Kari Abdoma, Kavakurutse, Omka Gurigatske, Nambia Isaac Horaitani. Omar Kadra Sal Tom Haitausiba, Desi Conradis, Huakumahu.
Good day, Namibia. I'm Leonora Mulenga, a grade 10 learner at Komastura High School. I would just like to send my condolences to the President's family and to every single Namibian out there. I would like to start off with sending hugs and comfort to May Monica Gengos. We are praying for you. We are thinking about you. And we're really sorry. As Namibia, it is very unfortunate to lose a president, and this is actually the first time this is happening, which is a very sad thing. As we all know, our president had nothing, but he wanted nothing but for us to thrive as a whole nation. And for us to do that, we need to stay strong as a country. We need to continue fighting the battle. I believe that he's watching over us. My fondest memory with the president was at church. We actually go to the same church. I remember we were outside and I went to give him a hug. He's very nice. He gives hugs to everyone. And he told us that as the kids that we are the future leaders. We will be the future leaders, and we should make sure that our country thrives. And that is what I am gonna do, since yeah. But other than that, we are praying for the family. We hope everyone is coping well. And yes, thank you.
Hi guys, my name is Johannes and I'm the sub-editor of the Hage editorial team. When I heard about the news of the passing of our president, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, it really took an emotional toll on me, seeing that I had met the man in person in the year 2016 when he had visited my previous primary school and had encouraged us or gave us a motivational speech when we were celebrating the birthday of the school. I wish my condolences to the former First Lady, Her Excellency Monica Gengos, as well as the entire family, the children, and the entire nation at large. It was a devastating, and it is a devastating news to have heard. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Yalo Namene. I'm a grade 11 learner, a member of the LRC and editor of the editorial team at the Windhoek Technical High School. When I received the news of the passing of our late President Hage Geingob, I was in utter shock. It's such shocking news, and I'm so overwhelmed by the passing of our president, because I personally do not know him, but I have met him a few times at church, and he was a kind man, he was loving, and he was such an icon to the community, and all the children at church looked up to him. He was an amazing president, and I hope our country can get through this by being together.
Hello everybody, my name is Jana Masamo. I'm in grade 11 at Windhoek Technical High School, and as a student I feel bad that we lost such a wonderful person, somebody that was very dear to our country, but I know as a country we can move forward, and my condolences to the former First Lady.
My naam is Lorraine. Ek is die hoofdogter van Windhoek Afrikaanse Privaatskool. Ek wil vandag my mededelinge deel met die hele Namibië as ook die Geingob gesin. My gedagtes is by mevrou Geingob in hierdie moeilike tyd. Ek het nie die president persoonlik geken nie, maar wat vir my uitgestaan het is hoe hy die skoolkinders veilig gehou het tydens COVID. Ons almal het staande aan die ander kant uitgekom. Namibië het nie net 'n president verloor nie, maar 'n invloedryke leier en 'n goeie man. Rus en vrede.
My name is Stella Shidadenga and I'm an LRC at Komastura High School. I'm here to say my deepest condolences to the Geingob family, and we will miss you so much, President Hage Geingob. Hage was a very good president to our country, and we will miss him so much. He did a lot of things for our country, and one of my goodest memories with him, I think it was in the 7th grade, because I'm in the 11th grade now. It was when he came over to our school and he encouraged all the little kids to stay in school and not to drop out and to just be there for our country, because what he did for our country was very big. For example, the Harambee prosperities that he gave to the country, and him giving 750s during COVID-19, and everyone was blessed. He took a lot of people out of the streets, and everyone was very happy. And also there was a time when we went to the parliament, like as a school, like my whole primary school, like we just took certain kids and we went to the parliament, and his entrance, just when he came in, everyone rised up and everyone was so happy to see him. He was a very good man. He's very kind-hearted, and his woman, his lady, first lady, she is very kind, and I really hope she's doing great. And Namibia should stay very strong, because Hage really needs us to be strong for him, and I know he's watching over us, and this is the very first time we are losing a president after, so we will really miss him, mostly me, because the news even came so unexpectedly, and it was very deep for us. It came as a very dark cloud on the Namibian nation, and we didn't really expect that. So please, Namibians, let's stay strong, and
First of all, I would like to pass my condolences to the Geingob family, especially to the widow, our outgoing First Lady, Monica Geingob. My condolences to you and the entire family, the children. So personally, it's with heavy heart that I took this news. I could not believe it. Maybe the late being our first president to pass on in Namibia, I'm still coming to terms with the death of the passing of our president. May he rest in peace. My fondest memory for our late president during his tenure, I have known him as a strong man. I recall that he is one of the most challenged presidents during his tenure. He's a president who faced the severe drought. It's a president who faced the enemy, the pandemic, COVID-19. It's the president who was mostly challenged by the rise of the youth who were insulting him, the rise of so many opposition parties challenging him, but he remained firm. He included everyone. I remember his Harambe prosperity plan, where he mentioned that no one should be left out. And at all, I also remember his New Year's message for this 2024, the year of expectation. God knew what he was telling us, that maybe this is what he was warning us. But above all, my condolences to the whole nation, and may he rest in peace.
Is Mr. Ndabeni Brian, the principal of Pioneer Boys School. I've got a message of condolence that I would like to give to our former First Lady, Monica Geingob, and to the children of the late president and his family, that they must know that their cry is not for themselves alone. We are with them. We are mourning together with them, because their loss, it's also a loss of all the Namibian people. He has been the president for all the Namibian people. He was not a president for one tribe, but for all the Namibians. So it's our loss. We have lost a man, a dedicated man, a man that fought for peace and the unity for all the Namibian people. So we wish him and also his soul to rest in peace. We know that it's not easy to accept that he is no more with us, but we will also draw strength from the Lord, because he is the one who gave him to us as a president, and he is the one that has taken him again from us. So may the Lord be with his soul. I know that our departed president, he will be remembered by many, because he left a living document which is guiding us today, in terms of our democracy, in terms of our stability in our country. And he was the chairman of the Constituent Assembly. He was part of those people that drew up the Constitution. He was the chairperson of that. And today we have got a Constitution which is respected worldwide. And this Constitution, it is even followed, when it comes to power transition. You have got the first president, when his term came to an end, he left without any fighting, and the second president came in, and when his term ended, he left, and then our late president also, his time was expiring now, and then the new president will have to come in. This is done because of the Constitution that was drawn by our president, Hage G Geingob. And one thing that he will also be remembered, he is the first prime minister of our country. And he was given the task to organize the government structures in an independent country. It was not an easy task. But as an administrator, he did well in that task. He even came up with the position permanent secretary. And then he also changed it to executive director. So these positions, they were introduced by the late president, Hage G Geingob. And also, I remember in the 1990s, as a man of peace, and as a man of who believed in an open door policy, he introduced what we called Prime Minister's Question Time. That was in 1990, 91, somewhere there, where the Namibian people, they could reach out to him. Whatever concerns they were having, they would call during the Prime Minister's Question Time. They will ask, they will air their concerns, and he will respond. Apart from him, there is no other Prime Minister who came up with the Prime Minister's Question Time. That was an indication that he was having time to listen to the people and to the concerns of the people and to answer to the concerns of the people. So you remember, he also even indicated that as long as he is a president, there will be no journalist that will be arrested or harassed. That is good. That will be also he will be remembered also for that. So these are some of the memories that we will cherish when we remember about our departed president.
Good morning. I am Mr. Aris from Windhoek High School. I'm a history teacher and head of Department of Social Sciences at Windhoek High School. On behalf of the Windhoek High School community, teachers and learners, and the community at large, we would like to convey our condolences to the First Lady, Ms. Monica Geingob, and the Geingob family as a whole for the loss of our President, His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob. Dr. Hage Geingob obviously played an immense role in Namibian history, the political realm, and also the fact that he started his career as a teacher, which is very noble, and his legacy we can still feel. Dr. Hage Geingob, for most of us, obviously the last 10 to 15 years, we felt his leadership directly, and we have gone from strength to strength. Dr. Hage Geingob, as a teacher, I could feel what he's done for education and leading through the COVID pandemic. We could really see in the education realm that they took the pandemic seriously, and under his leadership we could get through it. As a history teacher, Dr. Geingob played an immense role in establishing the foundations of, one can say, the curriculum for history indirectly, I would say, with the establishment of the Constitution of Namibia, which is the beacon of light to which we all strive to, and to which the principles of this country are built. Even today, we can feel the major parts of the Constitution with the transition of power and the smooth running of the country. Even after his death, we can feel that he's done so much work with the Constitution and leading the country. We trust and believe that Dr. Geingob's leadership and that of the comrades which gave Namibia independence, that these principles on which the country has been built will remain steadfast, and the legacy which he tried to establish over the 10 years, we may not feel today immediately, but the principles and the foundations of the Harambee policy we will feel in the future, because sometimes in hindsight we can see what these leaders have done, and especially Dr. Geingob, which has played an immense role over the past 5-6 decades in Namibian history, that will remain. So once again, on behalf of Windhoek High School and myself personally as a history teacher, his leadership, his influence, we feel every day, even though we might not say it or think about it, but just being in the class, we can feel that Dr. Geingob has played an important role. Thank you.
Hello to the fellow Namibians. My name is Martha Chanyangange and I'm a school learner at Hage G Geingob High School. So I would like to give condolences to the family of the president, the friends and everyone. Hage G Geingob was a very good president, considering that we have never experienced any wars after his leadership. It really hurts a lot that he has to go in that manner, and I just want to say that I wish him to rest in peace and everything. Thank you for everything, Dr. Hage G Geingob.
Good day, I am Erika Kisach, a teacher from Pioneers Park Primary School. On behalf of Pioneers Park Primary School, we would like to convey our sincere condolences to the First Lady, Ms. Monica Geingob, the entire Geingob family, the Namibian government, and the Namibian people. His Excellency was admired for his love and devotion and diligence that he had expressed towards the country. He served the country and was a free-thinking leader. He will forever be a symbol of hope for a better future. We hope that you will rest in peace, President Geingob.
Good day, my fellow Namibians. My name is Leonie Renate van Jaarsveld, Miss World Namibia, to proudly represent the land of the brave at the 71st edition of Miss World International, to be hosted in India. Today, our hearts are heavy as we come together to pay tribute to a distinguished leader and statesman, the late President Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob of the Republic of Namibia. His passing leaves us with a profound void in our nation, and we gather not only to mourn his loss, but to celebrate a life dedicated to the service of Namibia. Our thoughts and deepest condolences go to the First Lady, Ms. Monica Geingob, and the entire Geingob family during these difficult times. May the memory of President Geingob's impactful leadership and the love he shared with his family bring comfort in the midst of sorrow. President Geingob's legacy is one of resilience, vision, and relentless pursuit of a better Namibia for all. As we reflect on his contributions, let us be inspired by the principles he instilled: unity, justice, and progress. In this moment of collective grief, let us stand together to support one another and carry forward the morals that President Geingob held dear. As we navigate the path forward with our President Geingob, let us celebrate an unshakable spirit that he instilled in our Namibian nation. Namibia, we are a resilient, united people, and it is in times of adversity that our true strengths shine through. In the spirit of continuity and hope, I address the nation as a Namibian representative at the 71st edition of Miss World International. Let us embrace our shared responsibilities to build upon the foundations laid by the late President. Each one of us plays a vital role in shaping the future of Namibia. Let our actions be guided by the values of compassion, progress, and inclusivity that President Geingob embodied. May his soul rest in eternal peace, and may we, the people of Namibia, continue to strive for a nation that reflects the ideals that he held dear. In closing, motivation to our nation. People will forget what you have said. People will forget what you have done. But people will never forget the way that you made them feel. God bless our nation. Thank you.
Morning. My name is Ripura Kaimo. I'm a learner at Pioneer Boys School. I would love to send a word of condolences to our late president's family, and I would love to say that we'll be with them throughout these sad moments, and we'll keep them in our prayers as long as we are here. Me knowing the president, it was a short time, and I was still a young boy. The first time I met him at the church. He came there at St. John Apostles. He was waving at all the young boys, shaking hands to the young boys. I even shook his hand. So I touched the president, so I was really happy. Yeah, it's all I could say, and we'll be with you guys. I'm done.
Tribute to His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, 1941 to 2024. Dr. Hage Geingob was the first Prime Minister of Namibia after independence. He was the chief architect of the Namibian Constitution, and he became President of the Republic of Namibia in 2015 after he had won the election as the ruling SWAPO Party's candidate by a resounding victory. His first term as President was faced with severe challenges such as the financial recession, the worst drought in Namibian history, and the COVID pandemic. But as good leaders do, he thrived in adversity, and his second term in office saw prosperity dawn on the horizon with the discovery of oil off the Namibian coast and the green hydrogen development. President Geingob will be remembered for his slogans such as the Unified Namibian House, his drive to install systems, processes, and institutions. He was truly one of the greatest leaders Africa has ever seen, and his legacy will live on. We were very fortunate to have him as our president. From Pioneers Park Primary School.
My name is Nabitunga Shimi. I am a scholar at the Nairo campus, and I'm doing my AS. And I would just like to wish my dearest condolences to the nation, and specifically the president's family, for His Excellency's loss. He was a very lively and one with the people president. He was a very key member in the development and the independence of this country. He was loved by the youth. We will never forget when he went viral for saying that alcohol is prohibited during COVID. He helped the old, the retired, by increasing their pension funds, and to this day my grandmother is still very happy about that. He was a good friend to those who knew him, and always happy to meet new people, and the people loved him in the country. The president left a huge void in this country, a huge position that needs to be filled, and I hope in these times that we stick together as a nation and progress and support one another while we try to mourn and to fill these shoes that he's left.
We are commemorating the life and the legacy of Dr. Hage G Geingob, the third president of the Republic of Namibia. Today is the memorial service at the Independence Stadium. Yesterday, there was a procession that went around the city as many Namibians and people who are in Namibia, who are not necessarily Namibian, had an opportunity to pay their respects to the late president. You are with Ashwin Berry and Matthias. First things on your mind?
Well, I think so far it's playing out the way we expected it. Very somber. Attention paid to detail.
Yes.
that's what planning does.
That's what planning does indeed. And I think Namibia has handled this very well from the passing of the president in the last 3 weeks, of course, culminating to this weekend. Let's have a look at how Independence Stadium looks right now. If the Guard of Honor has started arriving, well, what you can see is the beautiful Namibian flags, Namibian people from all corners coming together to pay their respects to the late Dr. Hage G Geingob. People started filing in rather early. Of course, it is essential to try get some shade. You know that the numbers are going to be increasing quite rapidly throughout the day. But Namibians have shown up in their numbers, in droves, here to pay their respects at the memorial service for Dr. Hage G Geingob. So yesterday was the viewing, and this was after the procession.
I was there last night at Parliament Gardens. I think since the tour around the city, the numbers it was overwhelming. We expected it, but I don't think to that extent.
Wow.
Because even the viewing, I think I left, after midnight, I left Parliament, and people were still streaming in to see the mortal remains of the president. I think it speaks to the stature of and the nature of the man that we are honoring this weekend. A lot has been said, perfections, imperfections, but that's what makes us human beings.
Absolutely.
I mean, as a politician, you are at the forefront of everything. And Hage Geingob really did that with diligence. And you could imagine Eshwen waking up every day, seeing your face on the front of the newspapers every day.
Every
it must
single
be,
day. It's a heavy weight, yes.
So you can imagine what he was dealing with. And the extent of the responsibility that rested on his shoulders. I don't know if as citizens we made it easier or more difficult for him, but well, time will tell about that.
He embraced it.
Most definitely.
And you know, you look at Namibians from all walks of life having different experiences with him. There's the socialites who got to chill with him in quotes at Big's Car Wash. There's the elderly lady who was singing a song he taught her when he was a teacher. Just people from all walks of life who, you know, have different stories of the great man that the president was. I personally, during the memorial of Maya Angelou, when Maya Angelou passed away, I had the honor of speaking to his previous wife, and she spoke to me about how they once lived with Maya Angelou. Maya Angelou once invited them into their home. She didn't have much furniture around her, but she was happy to host them, and I believe they were in Ghana. And this goes to show the stature of this man, not just locally, but internationally. Truly, this weekend, Namibians and Africa will be laying to rest an icon and a giant.
Yeah, Hage Geingob was larger than life, but he had a way of coming down to the level of the men
people
on the street.
Yes.
So he could relate to everyone, whether it's up class or you're ordinary.
Absolutely.
So I think that's why so many people can resonate with him. I was talking to someone yesterday and we were saying that I don't think anything will surpass what we saw yesterday and what we're going to see until tomorrow.
Wow.
Of course, it's the first president we lose.
Yes.
Never mind the sitting president, but I don't think something is going to surpass that because the demographics of the people who
showed up,
who got to experience his leadership are the young people.
Yes.
And you saw yesterday what happened, the lining of the streets.
Yes.
You look at the elections, the turnout.
Yes.
Very poor normally. Voter apathy is so high.
Yeah, it is
but
generally.
then you see yesterday, so where are all these people coming from?
It was very unified.
Yeah?
Very unified.
So, and I think it bodes well to his message that he normally preaches of inclusivity and unity.
Yes.
So we've all learned something from that.
Yes.
And at least we have something to carry forward.
Absolutely. I mean, you go through life and there's several opportunities for us to be divided. But what yesterday said to us was we are better together and we are unified. And as Namibia, we are ultimately going through this experience together. And I really feel, as someone who did not have the honor of growing up in Namibia, I really feel that it was very beautiful to see Namibians unified, to see Namibians coming out for their president and taking ownership of this moment and his legacy.
Yeah, I mean, see, Eshwen, this is a moment we'll never get
again.
You might get it, but under different circumstances.
Oh, yes, for sure.
And you'll see that for government to say civil servants have to knock off at 10 just to get a glimpse of the procession.
Schools closing as well.
Schools closing. So it's basically a standstill of the country. And there's no way you can ignore such a moment of great significance.
Yes.
From the young people, to the elderly. And it's befitting to what he stood for and the love he had for the country.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now let's go through the program for today, what you can expect throughout the memorial. Of course, it starts with the arrival of the Guard of Honor, service chiefs, and other dignitaries, members of the diplomatic corps, and then the chairperson of the Council of Traditional Leaders will follow them, followed by the secretary to the cabinet, followed by the mayor of the city of Windhoek, the governor of the Commerce region, members of parliament, including Honorable McHenry Venani, MP and leader of the official opposition, and Honorable Sophia Shaningwa, who is the Secretary General of the SWAPO party. Cabinet ministers will then follow through former prime ministers as well as deputy prime ministers. Honorable John Mutorwa, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Works and Transport, and Madam Mutorwa. His Lordship Peter Shivute, Chief Justice, and Judge Shivute will be present. Honorable Lucas Muha, Chairperson of the National Council, and Madame Muha. Honorable Professor Peter Kashavivi, Speaker of National Assembly, will be present. Retired Honorable Dr. Sara Kongelo Amadila, the Prime Minister, and Mr. Amadila. Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah will also be present, as well as the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia and of the SWAPO party. Now, heads of the state and government and other foreign dignitaries will follow, and this will be followed by the second president, His Excellency Dr. Hifike Punye Pohamba, who will be followed by the founding president and father of the Namibian nation, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nyoma and Madame Nyoma. Following them in the procession will be Madame Monica Gengos, widow, the children, grandchildren, and representatives of the family, as well as the casket, and His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the President of the Republic of Namibia, the Commander-in-Chief of the National Defense Force, Chief Mona, and Madame Mbumba. Now, national and AU anthems will get us started before we get into some performances as well as tributes. I think Namibia today is it's a somber moment. Now we sit down and we really go through the man's legacy. We file through it, through the people, with the people who are there for the large part of his legacy. Many relationships with the people that we mentioned today, and something also worth mentioning, Matthias, is that Honorable McHenry Venani will be one of the pallbearers. And I think that is very telling of how unified Namibia is right now. That is the leader of the opposition party, and he will be one of the people carrying the casket of the president.
Well, it speaks to our body politics,
yes,
and the way President Geingob governed the country.
Yes.
He always had an open door policy. As much as you fight on the political battlefield, when it comes to governance issues of the country, he knew that you need that inclusivity,
yes,
input from everyone, because you should remember that once you are in parliament, you are not just a party member anymore.
You're serving the nation.
You're serving the nation. And I think he appreciated that much.
Yes.
You would see during the State of the Nation addresses that he did. Sometimes it got out of hand.
Yes.
Sometimes it was fun and jovial.
Yes.
And that's how politics operate.
Yes.
And I think he really appreciated that. And for the first time, we had a deputy minister from an opposition party.
Yes, yes, indeed.
Whether that was just a tick box exercise or whether it was genuine, that's
all we know is it happened. Yes,
it happened.
Yeah, for sure.
So it really bodes to his legacy. He wanted everyone to have a bed in the Namibian house, the
yes,
proverbial Namibian house.
Yes.
I think we didn't really appreciate the effort and time he took to craft that mantra of the Namibian house.
Yes.
I like the fact where he would always say that the different tribes, we are the bricks on that house to build that house.
Wow.
And once the paint comes on, the bricks disappear.
Yes, disappear.
And you only see one
what
unit.
a wonderful metaphor,
Yeah?
yes.
So you could see his thinking it might not have played out well, because when you are leading a multi-tribal society, it's very difficult to really ensure that all the needs and interests.
And you know that task was first handed to him when he was the chairperson of when he was with the crafting of the Constitution already. Then there would have been a lot of divided voices to start to unify, and that could be one of the marks of his legacy. You know, his ability to make people cross the bridge and ultimately do what's best for Namibia.
Yeah, most definitely. I think even during the crafting of the Constitution, I don't think they anticipated the task that lies ahead as far as nation building and unity is concerned. You've seen that since 1990, our Constitution was amended, I think, 3 times, if I'm not wrong. So it speaks to the evolving nature of society and how the laws of the country should really reflect the situation on the ground. It should align. And so they did a good job. He did a good job in leading the team. Of course, no system is perfect.
Absolutely.
But I think under the circumstances at hand, it was a job well done.
Oh, absolutely. I would certainly agree with that. You know, and this idea of belonging to the people is truly what is coming out to light right now. Now, yesterday in the evening, as Matthias said, highlighted, several dignitaries had come to pay their last respects at Casa de Rosalia. This is how it went.
Hi, good day, Namibia. It is a very sad and somber moment when we reflect on the passing of His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob. He was a mentor to me for many years after I won Miss Universe in 1991, Miss Namibia in 1991, and Miss Universe 1992, and has always been a part of my foundation of my Children Trust, the Michelle McLean Children Trust. Was there at the opening of the Michelle McLean Primary School in the year 2000, was at my wedding and my blessing ceremony. It's just been an amazing part of my life. I wish all the blessings to Madam Monica and the family. It's going to be a very hard transition time, but know that we bask in the glory of his wonderful legacy, his inspiration, his drive towards making sure that we have equality and peace in the country and economic stability. So with this legacy, we can be secured for the future of Namibia. So from this day, I just want to say it's a very, very sad moment, but we do celebrate this wonderful legacy of His Excellency Dr. Hage G Geingob.
Mon message, c'est celui de condoléances à la famille.
My message is one of condolences to the family,
pour tout le peuple namibien,
to the entire Namibian people,
et pour tous les peuples africains.
and for all of the African people.
Because President Hage is a Pan-Africanist. And I remember I came twice here in this country. He received me as a head of state. And in a joke, I asked him why. He said, Namibia, c'est l'enfant de notre organisation internationale.
He said Namibia is the child of our continental solidarity and organization.
C'est un message extrêmement fort.
That was an extremely powerful message.
J'ai bénéficié moi-même de ses conseils en tant que frère.
I myself had benefited significantly from his counsel as a brother.
La dernière fois, c'était chez lui ici. Il m'a invité à dîner.
The last time it was here, he invited me for dinner.
Et après le dîner, nous sommes restés pendant 30 minutes et je lui ai demandé des conseils sur l'Afrique, sur l'agenda africain. Et j'ai bénéficié de beaucoup de sagesse.
After the dinner, we sat for more than 50 minutes more, where I benefited from his counsel regarding Africa.
Que son âme repose en paix.
May his soul rest in peace.
St. Joseph was 4, and Comrade Hage had his own children, Nangula, Noshiveli, And my kids and Nangi and Oshivili were sisters up till today. And Hage was my brother. I will not call him Mr. President because he was my brother, my real brother. When I came to Lusaka, we collaborated a lot in our work in developing and making Namibia a country. He was at the Institute for Namibia as director, and my wife worked at the Institute for Namibia as one of Comrade Hage's secretaries. So it's a family thing. It's a thing that has touched all of us in an immense way.
We are commemorating the life and legacy of Namibia's third President, Dr. Hage G Geingob, as he gets laid to rest this weekend. This was the raising of the flag. And I think we're going to be seeing a lot of these formalities, spectacles, which we haven't seen, as you have been referencing, Matthias. A lot of this is a first for Namibia, and we're going to be getting to understand how Namibia deals with a funeral such as this. There are people starting to file into the stadium with regards to dignitaries who are starting to make their way to the stadium. But what you can also observe here is part of the tapestry, the diverse tapestry of Namibia's cultures. I believe those are Herero women and Herero men. And they're also here to pay their last respects. And these are some dignitaries starting to come in for the memorial. Any faces you recognize, Matthias?
Well, you would see there that it's people from all walks of life.
Absolutely.
From diplomats, from politicians, from your ordinary man on the street.
Yes, yeah.
And it speaks to his way of living when he was alive. And I always say that in 2014, during that elections when he was voted with an overwhelming majority of 87%.
Yes. No, sorry, Matthias, sorry to interrupt you. We have the arrival of the Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa. And Namibia and Zimbabwe are no strangers. Even in this studio, Matthias.
Well, the two nations are basically, I always refer to the two countries as Siamese twins.
Yes,
well,
yes.
You can't separate them.
Yes.
From a historical context.
Absolutely.
From a present day context.
Yes.
There's so many exchanges taking place, whether it's cultural, political,
yes,
economical. So that's how the nations are intertwined.
Absolutely.
So it speaks to the depth of the relationship between the two countries.
Yes.
And
yes.
I would like to say that our leaders have done a great job in solidifying that.
Absolutely. Let's hear the words directly.
I have personally worked with most, in fact, all of the SWAPO leadership, from President Muyoma in 1964, 1965. We used to work together in Dar es Salaam. But of course, I then left to begin our liberation war in Zimbabwe. In that process, we had institutions in Zambia. Also, SWAPO had its own institute in Lusaka. And my dear brother, the late President Hage Geingob, was director there. So this is as early as 64, 65, 66, that time. And we have continued to collaborate and work together. So to me, it was like an elder brother and young brother as we worked together. The liberation movements continue to collaborate. And we as liberation movements, the crop of our leaders who brought about independence in the region, we continue to collaborate. We continue to make sure that the younger generation, which is there now, should uphold Pan-Africanism, should uphold the dignity of an African, should uphold total independence of our people. And together, we should be able to support each other as a region, as a continent, and of course our voice at the United Nations. We always collaborate. With regard to my dear brother Geingob, he's among the few leaders when we go to the United Nations who used to speak openly against sanctions imposed on Zimbabwe. In every speech he made at the United Nations, he made sure he appealed to those who have imposed sanctions on us to remove them unconditionally. So now we from Zimbabwe have lost a pillar of support from this giant, comrade President, the late President Geingob. He was one of the solid supporters of Zimbabwe in terms of fighting against the oppression of sanctions on my country.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. That is President Emmerson Mnangagwa, the head of state of Zimbabwe, of course, saying.
So that was the president of Zimbabwe, Emmerson Mnangagwa, who was speaking on the support that he received from Dr. Hage G Geingob as he was president, particularly with regards to sanctions and, of course, throughout history. These are gentlemen who were fighting for the liberation of their countries around the same time. I do know that the former president spent some time in Zambia, and President Mnangagwa, till this day, has got family in Zambia. He was part of the UPND in his youth days as well. So plenty of intersections, not just between these two leaders, but between the two nations of Namibia and Zimbabwe. And, you know, just to talk about economic ties, in June last year, Zimbabwe and Namibia solidified the economic ties with a series of bilateral agreements which were aimed at boosting economic cooperation. Now, these agreements covered various sectors, including the promotion of small to medium enterprises with a focus on empowering women entrepreneurs, joint trade and economic cooperation, and enhancing collaboration in science and technology development. Now, President Emmerson Mnangagwa emphasized the importance of these agreements, inviting both public and private sector companies from Zimbabwe and Namibia to seize the opportunities presented and to explore new investment avenues and markets for their products. On your screen is Michelle Baclain, who former Miss Universe. She was also at Casa de Rosalia, and she's continuing to be one of the country's ambassadors, not just by the work she does outside, but by showing up at events such as this and showing that, you know, all communities were indeed supported by the president, as you can see with the colorful Namibian flags being waved on the screen. Any thoughts right now, Matthias, on how the day is going to proceed? Of course, so far we have no reason to believe anything won't go according to plan. I think Namibia has been doing very well, considering that this is the first time the nation has dealt with such.
Well, most definitely, we've been thrown at the deep end. If you see global personalities such as Michelle Baclain doing their part, it shows that the fabric of our society, everyone wants to be involved and contribute in their own little way. Of course, it's the small contributions that will eventually help us build a solidified and unified system. So as for the day, I don't expect any hiccups. Of course, the events that we held over the years, of course, much smaller, but it set the tone as to what type of nation we are, what type of people we have in our society. Someone asked me yesterday, in terms of protocols, what do we expect? And I said, over the years, we've been so peaceful and law-abiding. So that's what we are going to see throughout.
Yes, we're going to expect that consistency.
You've seen it already. We are probably reaching the halfway mark of this event. And so far, the tone has been set.
Absolutely.
You could switch between mourning and celebration.
Absolutely.
So I expect a wonderful event.
Yes, indeed.
I expect wonderful proceedings. And I believe everyone has crossed this weekend to say this is a Hage Geingob weekend.
This is absolutely Hage Geingob weekend, without a doubt. Now, us particularly working in the media fraternity and journalism, we can also attest to having the freest press in the world, which not in Africa at least, second in the world. Well, is it? Well, highly ranked in the world. But, you know, part of that needed to be maintained. And Dr. Hage G Geingob and the last time I got to meet him personally was at the Journalism Awards towards the end of last year, where he was the guest of honor there. And I think that was, you know, the work of the media and press freedom. I think I should have just said explicitly press freedom. His work with press freedom is something truly to be remembered.
Most definitely. You see that as far as press freedom is concerned, it's not just rhetoric for him. It wasn't just that.
Rhetoric.
He really made sure the media has its space to operate.
Yes.
And out of the 3 presidents we had so far, I think President Geingob was the one who got the most flack.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I mean, without a doubt, particularly from media.
Yeah, but you would never see us or him really. Of course, we had the clashes here.
Oh yes, of course.
Very diplomatic. That's normal.
Yeah, that's
but it wouldn't go to the extent whereby the presidency would then,
you know, people are getting arrested.
The media people get arrested and so on.
Yeah.
So he really believed in that mantra of freedom of expression.
Yeah.
Freedom of free press.
Yes.
And that's why we are so highly ranked.
Absolutely.
Globally.
And you know, I think part of that continued in the formation of this event because the accreditation for journalists has been seamless, to the point that at some point journalists were worried that they didn't have all access, and then a statement was sent from the ministry to say journalists have all access, you know, just to reassure them, which normally you wouldn't. You would just let them figure it out, so to speak. But I think it's one of the testaments to the press freedom that he absolutely safeguarded, and it could have gone differently. I think in as much as we do understand democracy, we also understand power, and the power does lie somewhere, and wherever power lies, there's influence, and he certainly made a conscious decision to safeguard our press freedom.
Well, President Geingob used to say, we don't travel enough to appreciate what we have in Namibia.
Yes, it did.
When I speak to my colleagues in other jurisdictions, you get a sense that we are very fortunate. But as much as we are fortunate, we also shouldn't let our guard down.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it's one of those factors whereby the system allows everyone to function.
Yes.
In their little spaces.
Without a doubt, without a doubt. And as you can see on your screen, dignitaries are arriving for the memorial and the burial of Dr. Hage G Geingob, the late president of the Republic of Namibia. Yes, you know, like I said, yeah, with regards to press freedom, you know, with regards to press freedom, you know, we certainly can credit him for a lot, and I'll swing back to that. But what you're seeing there is Swakopmund, where they're also holding a memorial service. They're going to have the screens up to make sure that they are, you know, together with the country, and I believe this is going to be happening across the entire country. But speaking of press freedom, a little a lighter note, Yolanda Now was telling me a story of how the president once saved her from some demise in West Africa. She was trying to get an interview, trying to talk to him. I think she may have walked on the carpet. She wasn't meant to, and normally you get arrested for that kind of thing. And the president recognized she was from Republican, and he was like, "Okay, no, leave the lady alone. She's one of ours," you know. And I do think it's encouraging, as looking at his legacy, to see how many people have personal stories, you know, just personal stories, personal conversations from the president. Usually a president is a far-fetched character who is in, and we understand that's how a lot of people preserve their power. But I must say that the president really, as you said, brought himself down to the level of the people.
Well, that's the man he was. Because you would see that he knew the level of responsibility on his shoulders, but he didn't forget the level of service that's expected from him, from the citizens.
Yes.
And that's why you'd see that even in the media circles, and I believe elsewhere, the tributes that were paid since he passed away, everyone has something to say. Everyone has something to say, and everyone has their tales to tell. And that's the man he was. And when we say that he could resonate with everyone, it's not a fallacy that it's not just for show that we are saying that.
Yes, absolutely.
He really had a way of interacting with everyone.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And at this moment, I would like to let the viewers know that the president's body is now being moved from Parliament Gardens, and it's going to be making its way to Independence Stadium at this point as dignitaries arrive. Former presidents of Namibia, His Excellency Hifikepunye Pohamba, His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding father of the Namibian nation, all come to pay their respects. It must be so surreal. Particularly, I can imagine for His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma, who would have been a towering figure in the late president's life, who would have been a senior, you know, a guide, if you will, and would have had a front seat at the formation of his legacy. I do look forward to hearing their respective speeches as we reflect upon the life and legacy of Dr. Hage G Geingob.
Well, most definitely, and more profoundly for Dr. Sam Nujoma, the founding father. Of course, President Geingob served 2 terms of the founding father. He was the prime minister. He was the chief architect, the chief administrator of the government during President Nuyoma's first 2 terms. So looking at the wisdom of President Nujoma, it tells you something why he would choose someone of the stature of President Geingob to say, you will be my prime minister.
First one.
Yeah, because if you look at the setup of our government, your prime minister is basically your CEO of your company.
Yes.
So he's the one that makes the machinery tick.
Yes.
And the fact that, and it's not by chance that he chose President Geingob. There were so many other luminaries and big figures. The Moses Garwebs.
Yes.
So you had a lot of big profiles that you could choose from. And they went for him to say, I'd like you to run this company. While as a president, you are, in our terms as a country, PM sort of commands, you have the most say.
Yes.
And you basically advise the president, say, let's move this way, this is how the system is going. So those 2 terms were not in vain. Of course, he was prime minister until 2002. There was 12 years.
Yes.
Before then, he was moved. So it speaks a lot to the trust.
Yes.
Entrusted onto him.
Entrusted onto him, yes, of course, you know, because aside from being prime minister, being the chairperson of the gentleman who created the Constitution, and, you know, at that point in time, it was really about seeing a Namibia that no one else had seen. It was a Namibia that was to be created, to be formed, to be imagined, reimagined after what would have been an interruption of Namibia's history by colonization. I like to think that, you know, the people's history begins eons ago, but, you know, interruptions did happen. And it then made for a very difficult task of moving this nation, this young nation, at some point the world's youngest nation, Africa's, into uncharted territory. And as you say, for His Excellency Dr. Sam Nujoma at that time as president to entrust the running of the machinery of Namibia to Dr. Hage Geingob was a sign of great things to come, because ultimately the Namibian nation would catch on to that vision and follow through by making him the president, the 3rd president of the Republic.
Yeah, well, there's a reason why the foundation is the most important pillar of any structure.
Yes.
And it shows today. It shows today. It might not be perfect.
Yes.
but it's certainly worth emulating in other jurisdictions.
Yes.
Namibia is such a small nation, but the accolades we get across the world, it makes you think, what is it about this tiny country that really captures the world? It speaks to our sound governance systems. President Geingob used to talk about systems, processes.
Yes.
Very important.
Very essential.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. And, that's what we are witnessing as well right now. Process and protocol. On your screen is the body of the late President, Dr. Hage G Geingob. The President of Zimbabwe has already arrived, as we mentioned previously, and he did share some words of his relationship with Dr. Hage G Geingob and how Zimbabwe had lost a supporter of the country. And speaking of Pan-Africanism, Zambia bringing through the knowledge of its military as well, assisting Namibia in taking this step.
Well, it speaks to our Ubuntu system, the African culture. Your neighbors become your family. So that support system is very, very important. And it was profound when President Mnangagwa at the airport said that Zimbabwe's lost a pillar of support. You would see in President Geingob's rhetoric over the years, he would always say that Namibia is a child of international solidarity. Midwifed by the UN. And you would see that culminating in his work. The amount of traveling he did, it was out of this world. And as media, sometimes we crucified him for that.
Yes.
But I think he appreciated the fact that your presence in someone's life, it overshadows any monetary or aspect. So he would want to be there. And that's why you see there's so much overwhelming support coming through during this difficult period. You see the neighbors, Botswana, Angola, even South Africa, they've sent a big fleet of vehicles.
Of vehicles and motorcycles.
Of course.
Yes.
When your neighbor is facing a difficult time, you would come through and say, I have this, can we take this and see how we can make it work?
Absolutely.
And that's the nature of the SADC body corp.
Yes.
Not just SADC,
yes.
the African Union as well.
Yes, indeed.
You'd see that the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations,
yes.
I'm not sure if she has arrived yet, but she's on the list of dignitaries that will be arriving for the processions this weekend.
Yes, indeed.
And it really speaks to that.
Oh, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Russ, right now we're going to cross over to a video from Nanso.
My name is Dorothea Nangolo, the spokesperson of NANSO. At present, NANSO is also here attending the state memorial of the late His Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob. As NANSO, really, we cannot not be here because the late president was somebody who was very passionate about youth empowerment, about education. So we are really here to pay our last respect to him, and we continue to really pray for the rest of the nation and give our sincere condolences, first of all to the first family and the entire Geingob family, but also to the Namibian House.
Yes, there's a member of NANSO speaking on the president's dedication to education. The medical campus is named after Dr. Hage G Geingob, and he did have many visions for Namibia's educational system. He certainly wanted it to work for all Namibian pupils, considering that he had personal experience in education as a teacher.
Well, that's his background. And of course, you would see the level of resources that we've pumped into the education sector over the years. It has always ranked in the top 2, top 3, the biggest recipients of the national budget annually. So it speaks to the level of responsibility that we put on this sector. And we might not have gotten the returns that we wanted from as far as investment is concerned, but the thought of saying, whatever happens, let's make sure that this sector is well equipped,
yes,
well resourced. It's then for those on the ground to take the baton and take it forward. And President Geingob has always emphasized that you've seen before the results came out, when the leadership of the Education Ministry went to Casa Rosalia to brief the president.
Yes.
And he explicitly told them that this is not where we're supposed to be.
Yes.
Considering the level of investment, and put investment aside. We want to be an industrialized nation by 2030. But with the current state of our education system, he saw that we need to make things work faster and more efficiently.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. Now sharing also some remarks is Willem, who is part of the SWAPO Youth League.
Okay, I'm here, Willem Amutenya, a youth leader from the SWAPO Party Youth League, and we are here at the stadium looking forward to the memorial service of our departed president. You can see from the background that the young people, children, are also here looking forward to obviously pay homage to our fallen hero. And in fact, I must also notify you that last night we went to bed very late, and some even this morning. We spent time at the Parliament Garden viewing the body of our late president. And you can obviously understand how a large number of young people were there paying homage. That means that Comrade Hage has touched the life of many young people. Most of us are touched as young people because we have seen him leading us as we grew up as a prime minister and later on becoming the president. So it's a leader that we grew up knowing and seeing all over when it comes to service delivery. So all we are saying is that we send our warm condolences to our former First Lady, Madam Geingob, and the entire family, the children of our late Geingob, and all of us as Namibians, that indeed we have that responsibility to make sure that we carry on the legacy that Comrade Hage has left with us. We must pass it on to the upcoming generations, the written and the unwritten. In fact, we have learned a lot from the fallen hero. All we can say is that may his soul rest in eternal peace.
That was Willem Amutenya of the SWAPO Youth League speaking of the president's supports for the youth and, of course, how accessible he was to the youth of Namibia.
Well, he had a special place for young people. If you take the appointments he made as a benchmark, you would see that it's someone who really appreciated the youth to say, this is where we are going. So we need to capacitate this sector from a very young age. And many have said that he was very misunderstood at times. There was a time when he said that graduates or youth go and create your own jobs. and it caused so much furor in society. But he meant it in a way to say that the system we are running should be able to churn out
entrepreneurs,
and not job seekers. And that's the level of trust he had in young people to say, we are giving you this platform, make use of it, grow yourself, and also at a bigger stage the country. So as young people, you see that young people would be the majority at the stadium today. You'll see that. I think like Willem said that a lot of young people saw him while they were growing up in the system. So they can resonate with him. So when he would go to Big Scar Wash on the weekend, it wasn't for show. It was to say that, look, I'm here. I might be the president, but I'm one of you.
I'm one of you.
I'm one of you.
It reminds me of the Namibian Annual Music Awards, which I emceed in 2014. He was there as well, dancing, enjoying the music, and it truly was. It truly is reflective of not just his youthful spirit, but his commitment to the youth, and not just telling the youth what to do, but being there and really fully understanding that their experiences and fashioning policies and opportunities based on that. I just think immediately immediately of names like Patience Masua, Honorable Emma Theophilus, who is now the Minister of Information, Communication and Technology. These were all seeds which were planted by His Excellency, the late Dr. Hage G Geingob. And it was, at least to me, no surprise to see the current President of the Republic, Dr. Nongolo Mbumba, carrying that torch on. And, Emma Theophilus, she was a Deputy Minister, and seeing her through as a Minister. You are looking at the Independence Stadium, the construction around the site, how folks are going to be formed, the formation essentially of the seating area there. A lot of people are showing up, as Matthias would have said, the youth are showing up in numbers indeed. And for all the latest information on the presidential funeral processions, please WhatsApp hashtag respect to 0857856231. That's 0857856231. And then follow the on-screen instructions, and you'll be able to access information on the procession, the funeral procession of the late Dr. Hage G Geingob. Yes, so as we speak right now, people are filling up, as we've been seeing from the different clips from the stadium. People are showing up in numbers. I mean, for a little humor, to be honest, Namibians aren't very keen generally on waking up early on a Saturday morning, but it's a more important Saturday morning than others, for sure. Let's have a look at this message from a young Namibian lady.
My name is Wilma Ita. Our late president was an exemplary leader, one that will be missed and cherished in our hearts forever. I felt like him being a leader showed us what true leadership means. He was fair, he was not biased at all. I felt he also encouraged the youth to stay in school as well as to continue.
So that was a young lady paying her final respects to the president. You know, you look back to your primary school days. I think you might have been in primary school before independence, so let's refer to mine as post-independence primary school. No, but you know how we had songs about the president. You know, the president to a child is not this political figure. It is, for lack of a better term, the father of the nation. You always have warm regards and warm feelings when you picture the president. And something that was heartbreaking for me yesterday was, in some of the videos, hearing some of the children crying, as the procession went through. There's a certain ownership as a Namibian that you have as a child, when you say, that's my president, and for a lot of the children, this moment is huge. They're experiencing something that, their parents, who have probably been telling them, we've gone through. But as children, they're a unique group who are experiencing the loss of a president. But of course, they also then have, on the flip side, the advantage of then now being flooded with information on his legacy, and hopefully that can inspire them to seek the kind of reputation and the kind of work ethic that the late Dr. Hage G Geingob projected on behalf of the nation.
Yeah, most definitely. I think from the insert we saw there of the young lady, she spoke about how the president projected what leadership really means.
Yes.
A serving culture. And it was no fluke as far as youth empowerment is concerned. I'm telling you, Eshwan, if you ask anyone who attends church at inner city, they will tell you on Sundays, whenever he's in church, after church, the kids would run to him.
Wow. Almost like the proverbial Jesus story. Yes,
let the kids come to me. And any security team would sort of prevent the kids from coming to him. He would say, no, let the kids come.
Yes.
And he would spend probably almost close to an hour before he gets into his car to go home.
Wow.
Just taking pictures with the kids and just having small, light conversations with them.
Wow.
And that I think that's what kept him young at heart.
Yes.
He might have been biologically had an advanced age, but at heart, I think he really had a young heart.
A young heart.
He had a lot of ideas.
Yes.
Of course, the energy levels were not the same to allow him to really execute what he wanted as far as youth empowerment and society and nation building is concerned. But with the level of energy he had, I think he tried his level best. And that's why you see everyone appreciating him.
Absolutely.
Of course, we didn't expect him to be perfect.
No.
Of course, come on.
We can't expect that from
No.
anybody, from anyone at
No.
all, really. No, I mean, even myself, the tablet is falling as I'm speaking. But truly, perfection is always far-fetched. But sometimes I think from human beings, the most we can hope for is a legacy that we feel honored to hold on to. And I think this is a legacy Namibia is honored to hold on to, and indeed, to project to the world. And so now, of course, we just spoke about the president attending inner city church. He was a religious man. So let's also hear some words from Pastor Joseph Ndumba. All right. Okay. Unfortunately, that will only be available a little later.
Yeah.
But as we said, he was a man of balance. Even when he advised us with how we socialized, particularly alcoholic consumption, he was very honest with Namibians and Namibian youths. And when he felt that he really treated us like the children in his house. When he spoke to us, he says, "You're drinking too much," and he would say it very directly. But even when you look at the leadership during COVID-19. I think that is something to also truly be remembered. That moment, which was difficult all the world over, difficult for Namibia. We lost so many people, and he managed to guide us through it all. We now switch over to broadcast.
The first person give us a role to explain to school because that time there's a flood also. It's really hurt my heart. It's really hit my heart too much because it's not good. It's my first time to hear the president pass away in Namibia. It's the first, even the first president.
To the Namibian nation, what I want to tell them that we should take this last part of the sending home of our president. For them, those who are in the city of Windhoek, please to show their respect by attending the memorial service today. And then what I also wanted to say is for our beloved president, rest in eternal peace.
He was a good person. Everything he has done so well, absolutely well. I can't mention exactly what, but yeah, he was a good person.
To inner city church, you would have been able to worship with the president. That's where he regularly went when he could attend on Sundays. He was a man who did observe religion. So staying in that light, here is Pastor Joseph Ndumba.
We move out from this area. We see our president that he was concerned about the poor people, as indicated, at the same time the marginalized people, to make sure that they could be accommodated and take them back where they belong to. This was to sustain hope for the healing and transformation of the nation. As the body of Christ, as CCN, we extend our heartfelt condolences to the beloved family and the nation of Republic of Namibia at large.
That was Reverend Joseph Ndumba paying his respects to the legacy of Dr. Hage G Geingob, putting emphasis on the president's care for the poor and the marginalized.
Well, I think that was, it ranked high on his list of
priorities,
action priorities that he needed to carry out. You would see that he created a ministry of poverty and say we need to fight this monster called poverty.
Directly.
Because he knew the impact it had on the overall system, the governance system, the development system. And it might not have worked out the way he wanted to, but the thought of it and the extent to which he went to implement that speaks for his really caring nature as far as uplifting Namibians is concerned. Talk about the old age pension. The social grant system of the country has really evolved under his leadership.
Yes.
You would see that old people, they would say, Hage is gone now.
What's going to happen?
What's going to happen without pension?
Yes, indeed.
So that's why I said earlier on that he had a way of resonating with everyone. Everyone has a story to tell about
Absolutely.
him.
Yeah. You know, the pastor there also highlighted the marginalized. His focus on, you know, people who were marginalized by society, which brings back to that quote you were speaking about, where he said, like, we all place a brick, you know, but once the paint is on, it's all of us.
Yeah.
And, you know, that inclusivity to, you know, leading a nation as diverse as Namibia. There's a handful of countries in the world that have even half the diversity that Namibia holds. And I think sometimes we take that for granted and we don't understand how difficult a task that is for any statesman. But at this stage right now, we're going to cross over to the remarks from Ambassador Penda Nanda.
Yeah, no, we are very happy to have foreign dignitaries to share the sorrow with us. This is testimony to the acceptance and to the recognition of who Dr. Hage G Geingob was, not only in Namibia but in the international world. We have the countries such as Germany, we have Tanzania, we have Sierra Leone, we have Angola, South Africa, Botswana, Zimbabwe, Zambia, Malawi. This is really speaking to whom our leader was in the world and what he has contributed to the world. And it gives us peace to see that there are people who have protested, who have accepted and acknowledged the work he has done and contributed. Mind you that by the time he died, he was co-chairing the Summit of the Future with the President of Germany, where they were going to sort out the way forward in terms of the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. The summit was going to take place in September this year. But nevertheless, we have to pick up the pieces and take it from where he left so we can continue honoring him by furthering development in this country.
Ambassador Penda Nanda there highlighting the president's approach to every statement's responsibility right now, particularly with United Nations, the Sustainable Development Goals, and seeing how his policies stood next to those. More foreign dignitaries are currently arriving into Namibia to pay their last respects to the President of the Republic, the third President of the Republic, the late Dr. Hage G Geingob.
Yeah, well, this weekend has thrust Namibia into the international spotlight.
Absolutely.
Of course, President Geingob was an internationalist.
Oh, yes.
He understood the importance of bilateral issues, multilateral issues. And that's why we could never really grasp why he was so keen to always be everywhere.
To moving, yes. Yeah.
But he understood the impact of the global politics on national issues.
Yes.
So he could infer how external issues would affect our governance affairs.
Yes, indeed.
And you see that in our structures, you see that in the support we're getting during this difficult time.
Yes.
To say indeed, he was brand ambassador #1 for Namibia.
Yes.
And it really shows this weekend. It's gonna get more clearer the vision he had as far as where Namibia fit into the international stage. It's going to get clearer over the weekend.
Oh, yes.
And I expect the tributes that are going to be delivered this weekend, it's going to really lay out as to how the world perceives Namibia's importance. We might be a small nation, but our voice is always very respected.
Absolutely, I absolutely agree. As you can see below, our families, family members of the Geingob family have started to arrive at the stadium. At the previous clip, you saw different generals and officials who have served proudly in the defense forces, as well as the police of Namibia coming to pay their respects. This is going to be the band, which is going to be, this is the marching band, if I'm not mistaken. I do believe so. And they are going to be, paying their last respects in the way that they do. And this is actually the Namibia Defense Force Military Band. I don't believe they've had a more important performance than this one. And I'm sure all the trumpets and saxophones have been dusted off for the soldiers not on active duty. This is a good way to come back to the core of their work, which is, serving the nation. And I thought it was very surreal yesterday seeing the military hand over, the president's body at State House. It just reminded me how much protocol has been getting observed outside of what we know in the official, spotlight. The military, yes, he was their commander-in-chief, of course. They would be the ones to safeguard him first. It was just very surreal for me to know that they would hand him over in such a manner, which really also just reflects, the structure, of Namibia's defense forces, and how it will also be on display throughout this entire weekend. Yes, the president was absolutely a globalist who did a lot of traveling and did so in order to serve Namibia. I'll talk a bit about his thesis in philosophy, but it was actually exploring Namibia's democracy, but he was, of course, using the experience that he had gained from out there, and that is essentially, what it means to truly serve the nation, to not just see the potential of the nation within, but to see the potential of the nation on the world stage, and then bringing the world to Namibia. And of course, there's lighter reasons to remember the president. He was an avid football supporter, a Liverpool supporter. Be very honest with you, if the defense forces played You Never Walk Alone, I would have no qualms with it. I think the big man might appreciate that himself, but at this stage, we're going to cross over again to more visuals from the stadium. Nahasangula has just arrived at the stadium.
Well, of course, Nahasangula succeeded President Geingob as Prime Minister. So you can see that there's a lot of respect.
Yes,
there's a lot of respect. He knew he had big shoes to fill when he became Prime Minister. But I believe that the architecture was already in place.
Absolutely.
For a seamless transition and the seamless operations, and that speaks to the effectiveness of the system that we have in place, whereby individuals align to the system instead of the system aligning to individuals.
Yes, indeed.
And that's what you want, because President Geingob always spoke about the system outliving individuals. We never really appreciated that. But with the transition and the handing over of power to President Nangolo Mbumba, we've seen how important systems are.
Yes. Yes, indeed. We've absolutely seen how important that is with regards to the system. So right now we're going to cross over for some remarks from the Agriculture Minister, Kaush Leitvine. Well, not remarks, rather, it's Agriculture Minister Kaush Leitvine arriving. This is one of the appointments of Dr. Hage G Geingob, whose appointments were very strategic for the nation. And as you were speaking about the system, let's just get back to that. The system has absolutely been showing, I don't know, its competence, its efficiency. Like you said, from the swearing in of the president, these are not guessed things. These things were written down, and I think there's a certain security that Namibians can have to know that everything that's happening was already accounted for mentally, but by people like the president during the crafting of the constitution.
Yeah. Well, I mean, preparations is key. You have to prepare for any eventuality, not just for the good eventualities, for the bad also.
Yes,
and this is one of those moments, and it's playing out very well for us as a nation.
Yes,
because you would see that President Geingob would, as the chairperson of that Constituent Assembly in 1989, it must have been difficult to guess how things are going to play out.
Yes.
What types of laws you think
a lot of
a newborn country would need.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
it was difficult. I believe it was a difficult process.
Yes.
But they did a good job with the team. So that's why you will see that his thesis, and when we touch on that a little bit later on, his thesis for his doctorates that he did on state formation.
There we go.
So it shows the place, a special place he had for a governance system.
Yes.
Of course, it's a well-oiled machine, not perfect.
Not perfect.
But it gives you room to develop it over time.
Absolutely, absolutely. On your screen there is Namibians as they continue to gather. Namibians and, friends of Namibia as they continue to gather to honor the late Dr. Hage G Geingob at the Independence Stadium. Different nations' flags are being hung up around the stadium just to show the solidarity, the Ubuntu that Matthias spoke about. Africans are well aware of the formation of borders. On the screen there is more dignitaries starting to arrive for this auspicious event, and everything seems to be going according to plan at this stage. All of it has been planned, as we've been saying, and thus far the Namibian military and all supporting units have been able to conduct this transition, from the passing of the president right up until the burial very well. This process has been handled well, and it continues to happen in such a manner. So Namibians are gathering at Independence Stadium yesterday. I don't know if you managed to go to the road. I think it might have been quite a busy day for you as well yesterday, but several Namibians got to stand by the roadside to see that procession. It's never been done before in the country. No one knows what wants to expect through all of this, but at this stage there's a sense of safety on the ground because of how well things have been handled. So let's get back to it. So we're talking about his fascination with system, with the structure and form of government.
Well, he saw the importance of that. You can't lead a nation, we can call it a system, but a nation without an effective governance architecture. And that's why he placed so much emphasis on it. He was key in the formation of the Anti-Corruption Commission in 2006, because there was an element of how do we ensure that it's one thing to have a good system, but the accountability aspect needs to speak to that also.
Absolutely.
And you see that's why when he came into office, he declared his assets, and it was weird for all of us. Because we were like, what is this guy trying to do?
What is he trying to do? Yes.
So it's the level of openness and transparency that he wanted to project.
Absolutely.
To say, look, we cannot run a system in the dark, an obscure system.
Yes.
We need to be open about it. It's the only way we can discuss and see how we can improve it where it needs to be improved.
Absolutely.
And I believe whenever he spoke about transparency and accountability, those are some of the hallmarks of his leadership, and that's something we would have to build on going forward.
Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And so the military at this point is preparing to pick up the casket at Parliament Gardens, rather, so that it can be transported to Independence Stadium, which is on your screen. You can see Honorable Na Sangula on the corner of the screen there.
Yeah, well, we will see everyone coming out in numbers.
Oh, absolutely.
Even the big players on the political arena.
Oh, yes.
So everyone wants to be involved at a certain level. We can see Mr. George Simata there, the cabinet secretary. So you could see that everyone knows their role.
Yes.
And that's what makes the system tick.
Yes.
Because there's no overlapping of duties.
Yes.
No one is usurping anyone's powers.
Yes.
So in this way, you'll see that in every corner, everyone knows that this is my responsibility, and how does it fit into the bigger picture to ensure an event of this magnitude goes accordingly.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah?
Yes, indeed, without a doubt.
So I think, actually, when I scanned through the list of presidents that are going to arrive, about 18 of them, 9 former heads of states from the continent.
Wow.
And I was surprised that the Cuban president would be here.
Wow.
Most of the other presidents would send envoys and
yes,
their ambassadors. But looking at the historic ties between Namibia and Cuba, it would make sense why the president decided that I'm going to Namibia for this event. I'm not going to send anyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, personally, and the president was with Namibia, I believe, last year. He had come through as well to Namibia just to showcase, the solidarity between these two countries, which have a historic and strong bond of friendship, which was forged during Namibia's struggle for independence. So right now, as we said, President Hage Geingob meant a lot to everybody, to the higher-ups and as well as the children. Here is a young boy paying his last respects from Swakopmund.
My name is David Johannes from the Frankfurt Academy, and I would just like to send a message of condolences to the President's family, and it goes as follows: that you, as the President's family, the first family of Namibia, or the former, should not actually be, you should be mourning the death, but you should also be celebrating his life, because he has done a lot for our country. He was a great leader, a visionary, and because at the age of 22, our president was already in America fighting for Namibia's independence. So we should actually be celebrating his life and all the great things he has done for our country.
My name is Esther Shadovo from the Frankfurt Academy. Today we are here on the memorial service for our late father, the nation President Hage Geingob, and we're just here to mourn for him, and we should also be strong and move on. Good people come and they go. And for the former First Lady, we're there to support her. We as citizens, we can't support it with material things, but the love for the nation. As we Namibian, we should be a united country, and we should stick together and be strong and still be the same as we are. We should not change, and we should always be strong. Thank you.
My name is Ren Matengu. I'm a member of the Frankfurt Academy. I'd like to extend my humble condolences to the first family, and I ask that, and I pray to the Lord that He may give them the strength as they are through the mourning period. How I viewed my president through his reign, he was a very humble, strong, excellent leader of the country, and through all the things he has done for the country, it's a long list. You cannot mention all of them, but he did it with his heart. He gave passion, loved our country, fought for our independence as well at the age of 21. So he really wanted to uplift the country, and I view him as an excellent president. And I pray that we may remember his legacy throughout.
More young children paying their final respects to Dr. Hage G Geingob. That is in Walvis Bay. I had mistakenly said Swakopmund, but if you're in the coastal towns of Namibia, you know that you can go from one place to the other in about 30 minutes, and that's one of the beauties of this nation. Yes, many dignitaries, foreign and local alike, arriving for the memorial service of Dr. Hage G Geingob. As you can see, the stadium keeps filling up. It has been like this since early in the morning. So just to give you a little bit of procedural update, the coffin of the president will lie in state at the Independence Stadium until tomorrow morning, 9:15 a.m. And then it shall be transferred to the Heroes Acre to its final resting place, which will be in one of 4 mausoleums which have already been built. As you can see, is the leader of the opposition party, McHenry Venani, arriving. He will be one of the pallbearers tomorrow. Very reflective of how unifying this moment is, and how this moment, this weekend, the last 3 weeks have not been about party, but they have been about Namibia. And that is what Dr. Hage G Geingob's legacy encapsulates, and that is why those people are here to pay their last respects to Hage.
Well, most definitely, the fact that McHenry Venani, Honorable McHenry Venani, is a pallbearer, speaks to how the unity in diversity,
there we go,
continues to reverberate across our system.
Yes.
Of course, Honorable Venani representing all the opposition parties.
Yes, yes,
as the leader. But then also it shows you that everyone has a place in the Namibian House. We also saw the arrival of the Chief Justice. President Geingob was never shy of outlining why the independence of the judiciary is very important. We saw the arrival there of Chief Justice Peter Shivute.
Yes.
The 3 branches of government. President Geingob always highlighted why each of the branches need to operate independently. Of course, as the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And we've seen how it has worked over the years.
Yes.
And of course, it continues to mold our democracy going forward.
Yes, yes, indeed. And as you can see, faithful, patriotic Namibians already starting to clean up to make sure that the Independence Stadium remains clean throughout and after the procession. Everyone is doing their national duty on this day, and in their own way, this is how we pay our respects to the late president, as more dignitaries continue to arrive for this memorial service at the Independence Stadium in Namibia, the Namibian flag flying high. This is one of those moments when you are reminded of the nature of Namibia, in the sense that we are doing something for the first time, and so it is apt that we are known as the people from the land of the brave, because it takes bravery also to tackle something of this magnitude and tackle it as efficiently as Namibia is currently doing so. So right now the body is waiting to be transported from Parliament Gardens. As you can see, the police commissioner, Joseph Chikongo, on the screen, speaking to some foreign dignitaries. I believe those are Finnish leaders. I will need some clarification on that. But several are flying in to pay their last respects to Hage G to Dr. Hage G Geingob. I think you'll notice I keep saying G Geingob. I had the pleasure of emceeing a lot of events that the president was present at, and he always emphasized the G. He wanted to make sure you didn't forget the Gottfried. And so, it's part of my way of paying my last respects that I always mention the Dr. Hage G Geingob aspect of it all. But Namibians truly showing up. This is a nation that obviously has plenty of reasons to come together, but this is one of the bigger reasons in the last 34 years.
Well, most definitely. I said earlier on that I think the last time we had an event of this magnitude was 1990.
Yes.
21 March.
21 March, Independence.
And you can imagine the level of preparation that goes into an event of this magnitude. It's not easy, but if you have a functioning system, it sort of gives you a landing.
Yes.
Yeah, landing,
softer landing.
Softer landing.
Yes.
And you would see that, he died about 3 weeks ago.
Yes.
You can't pull off this event in 3 weeks if you don't have the sufficient resources and planning architecture in place. So it shows, this is certainly not an indictment on our system.
Yes.
It's more of a green tick on our system.
Absolutely.
Say we are moving in the right direction.
Yes.
Of course, when the public sorts of vents and air their frustration, it's not to say nothing is happening. It's because they know the potential that the system carries.
Absolutely.
Say, we know we can get better from this. So how do we help develop the system?
Yes.
Yes.
And it takes, seeing an efficient system for you to see more from the system, to even ask more from the system. It must mean the foundational aspects of the system are already something that resonates with Namibians at large as mourners continue to arrive at the Independence Stadium in memory of Dr. Hage G Geingob. Lots of umbrellas. It is fairly sunny. A little later we'll show the weather predictions for the day, but we do know that yesterday it was raining at night. It was raining earlier today. As you see right now, it's expected to be mostly sunny in the evening, mainly clear. But really mostly sunny, wind gusts 21 kilometers per hour. Of course, this is Windhoek. The wind gusts can certainly exceed that without a doubt. But this is some of what we can expect from the weather. So far, we're not expecting any rains, but this is not America. This is Africa. When it rains, it's always a blessing. Rains don't mean anything to us except good things. And ultimately, the procession will continue. So as it stands, these are the people continuing to arrive at the Independence Stadium before the program begins. Director of ceremonies, once the memorial service begins, is going to be Honorable Dr. Sarah Kongelwa Amadila, Prime Minister, retired Prime Minister, and she will be taking Namibia through this program, one of a kind, certainly never seen before, and it is an event that will continue to reverberate in the hearts of Namibians and indeed Africans. As mourners continue to arrive, that is McHenry Venani. I have to say, at some stage when Honorable McHenry Venani wore his hat, depending on which angle you were looking from, he kind of looked like Dr. Hage G Geingob. It just depends on how you're looking at him. You stay opponents for so long, you start looking like each other. It's very possible.
Yeah.
But he is here to pay his respects, and this is one of those unifying optics for Namibia. Honorable McHenry Venani, obviously commanding a group of following, which does fundamentally may not agree with Dr. Hage G Geingob, but him being there is also a message, a very clear message to them as well, that this is for Namibia.
Well, politics aside.
Politics aside, all the way to the side.
We all sit on one table, we all eat from the same plate this weekend.
Absolutely.
And it signifies the unity within the Namibian house.
Yes.
Of course, we've seen that MPs like Honorable Venani continue to ensure that accountability is held in the highest regards as far as Namibia is concerned. But we will definitely cross the bridge, and as we continue with the processions this weekend, you would see how our governance system plays out. I expect a lot of the opposition leaders to be there also.
Absolutely.
Of course, not all of them will get a chance to speak.
Yes.
But many have paid their tributes since the passing of Dr. Geingob.
Yes, indeed.
And one thing they all highlighted is the fact that with him, as much as he was the president of SWAPO, when it came to state affairs, they felt the warmth of his leadership.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they felt that State House was open to them anytime.
Oh, yes.
So it speaks to our system and the kind of leader that we lost. Of course, now it's up to us to determine what we take away from this.
Yes, absolutely. How do we carry on the torch? Because it was a bright torch. It was a bright light. One of the terms you don't, normally in a situation like this, you hear words like son of the soil, son of Namibia. You almost don't hear that a lot with Dr. Hage G Geingob because he felt like a father figure of sorts from the beginning. But yes, truly, without a doubt, one of the sons of the soil. And this is a moment for Namibia and indeed the world as we prepare to pay our final respects. So this is National Mourning Day 20 happening at the Independence Stadium as we await for the late president's casket to be transferred from Parliament Gardens. Lots of media is present. Understandably so, as you said earlier. This is this is big for Namibia, for Africa, and lots of media is present to document and indeed archive the memorial service of Dr. Hage G Geingob. And of course, very fitting as one of the protectors of Namibia's press freedom, which is a privilege that this nation continues to enjoy. We spoke earlier about how accreditation was seamless for journalists. The state has been very clear in making sure that all journalists can be accredited and can be welcome to document and archive this event. Lots of Namibians in attendance, as you can see on your screen. Many Namibian flags, many people here to pay their last respects from all corners of the country.
Well, most definitely. You'd see that from a media perspective, everyone wants to be part of this moment.
Yes.
It's a section of your archives that you want to have. And everyone wants to get the message across. Of course, you would see that one of the first things President Geingob did when he started, he introduced this sort of press conference system where journalists could go to the State House and ask issues of national interest.
Yes.
And he would then answer those questions instead of journalists just sending questions to State House to be answered.
Yes.
So that's the level of openness and open cards that he played with the country. And that's why you see that as far as press freedom is concerned, the media fraternity regarded him as a friend of the media.
Absolutely.
Of course, sometimes he would go off on us.
Yes.
But that's normal. And it really speaks to the nature of his leadership style. He, like I said, he believed in transparency and accountability.
Absolutely.
And that's why you would see that he would put his ministers on the spot when it comes to certain government affairs. And I still think he had a lot to do. He always wanted us to be first as far as free press is concerned on the continent.
Absolutely. Now also arriving is Bishop Emeritus Dr. Zephania Kameta, who is currently on your screen, here to pay his last respects with his family to the family of Dr. Hage G Geingob and indeed the Namibian nation at large. As you said, Matthias, no one is going to miss it.
No one is going to miss it. Of course, Dr. Kameta was the man who President Geingob appointed as the founding Minister of Poverty Eradication. So this is the man he entrusted with his vision to say, how do we help Namibians? How do we lift Namibians out of this burden of poverty? And Dr. Kameta, of course, being a socialist, a man of the cloth, he sort of had an understanding of how to go about it. Of course, there was the big the basic income grant system that was being tested, and Dr. Kameta really was a fitting personality for that portfolio to say poverty eradication. Some of us always said that you won't entirely eradicate poverty, but you can bring it to manageable levels.
Yes.
Of course, we want it to be at zero, but if we are being realistic, there's no way you can bring it to a zero level.
Yes.
And of course, Dr. Kameta tried his best, but I think the era in which we tried to implement those things from an economic perspective, it was a misfit to a certain extent.
Yes.
And because you need a huge resource pool to really fight poverty, because there's a lot of systems and implementation that needs to be done, which has financial implications. And of course, we know from a government perspective that the coffers were not in the healthiest of state.
Yes.
But like I said earlier on, the fact that there was the thought to say, we need to take drastic measures to fight poverty in this country. That's what counts.
We can absolutely give that credit, and that would be the bedrock of part of the reasons Dr. Kameta will certainly be here to pay his last and final respects to Dr. Hage G Geingob. A lot of people had many relationships with the late president in many different capacities, but one thing that he knew how to do for sure was to identify the needs of Namibians and to come up with ideas to meet those needs and essentially continue to serve the nation. As you can see, many buses are lined up outside, bringing mourners to the Independence Stadium, flags flying at half-mast, as they should, at a time such as this, as the Independence Stadium continues to fill up with mourners arriving to pay their final respects to Dr. Hage G Geingob.
Well, it's definitely going to be one of those days where the crowd is going to attentively follow proceedings.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
I think everyone wants to see how things will go. Of course, not all of us can contribute in the way we want to, but the presence at the stadium of the crowd signifies and symbolizes the magnitude and importance of this event.
Yes, indeed.
Of course, President Geingob, like I said earlier on, in 2014, I mean, he reached record levels as far as elections are concerned, 87% of the vote.
Wow.
I mean, it's never heard of. Even the founding father, Dr. Sam Nujoma, who's almost sort of a demigod, couldn't reach those levels. So it tells you that everyone bought into the vision of President Geingob at the time. And for lack of a better word, I think he really pioneered what national unity means. He pioneered that in the sense that everyone from every tribe, from different economic backgrounds, different political backgrounds, different gender backgrounds, everyone bought into his philosophy of what the Namibian house should entail.
All right. Well, I naturally agree with that, you know, and it takes excellent leadership to make sure that everybody's fully aware of their place in the Namibian house.
Well, most definitely, because it starts with ownership.
Yes, indeed.
You have to take ownership for you to really understand the sentimental value of something that's dear to you.
Yes.
And he really bettered that into us as Namibians. At times we would question the way he did things, but of course, as a leader, you have to take certain decisions, which will not always be popular with everyone. But that's what leadership does to you.
Yes.
And of course, the servanthood culture was always his number one priority, to say, we are here to serve. And even when the media would bash him to say the president globe-trotting and traveling, he would say, I've been traveling since I was 22.
22.
This is not fun to me. Yeah? Maybe some of you are fascinated by sitting on an aircraft, but he's been doing this for more than 50 years.
Yes.
So it was more of a dedication to servanthood.
Yes.
And he saw the importance of this.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're going to be hearing, these stories and more about the late Dr. Hage G Geingob. We've been hearing several throughout the memorial services at Casa de Rosalia and all over the nation. Namibians have been mourning. The days of mourning did not start today. This is the 20th day of mourning, and the nation over. There have been events, school children paying their last respects, everyone coming on board to make sure that we honor this Namibian and African icon, Dr. Hage G Geingob. As you can see, the numbers outside the stadium, people filing up peacefully. I think, like you said, this is one of those days where we can expect everyone to observe protocol and to fully listen to what is being said, because Namibians, especially the ones at the stadium, truly want to sit and be present with the late president's legacy.
Well, most definitely, Ashwin. I can tell you that I've covered several additional elections. I've covered several independence celebrations. And I've not seen so much eagerness in a while to attend public events.
Yes.
You would find independence celebrations. The stadium is empty, and people are not even there to line up to say, I want to get into this venue, to be part of this event. But what you see today really symbolizes the fact that Namibians have been touched by the loss of Dr. Geingob.
Absolutely.
And everyone wants to show their support in their own way. One of the inserts we had earlier on of a little young girl from Walvis Bay saying that not everyone can support material-wise, but from a love and committing your time to this historic event, that's what's important.
Absolutely, absolutely. Speaking of committing time, one of the president's close friends, the president of South Africa, Cyril Ramaphosa, is expected to arrive tonight in order to attend the burial. He was in Namibia on the week of the president's passing to pay his respects and offer his condolences to Madam Monica Gengos and the Geingob family, as well as Namibia at large. And he will certainly be in Namibia for the burial. The president had a lot of presidential and personal relationships with several African leaders sitting, and leaders who are no longer with us. Immediately, I think of leaders like Robert Mugabe, who certainly would have, attended without a doubt. He was there at Dr. Hage G Geingob's inauguration, the first inauguration. Kenneth Kaunda would have certainly, without a doubt, been here, and we recently lost him as another African giant. We recently lost him as well, and these are, I would say the folks like Dr. Hage G Geingob were on the periphery of the Tanganyika Brotherhood. We're talking about the first presidents, Dr. Sam Nujoma, the ones I just mentioned, swinging over to Mugabe, and all those presidents who were lost. But the main thing is that there's no aspect of Namibia's history, there's no part of it, of Namibia's modern history, colonial and post-colonial history, where Dr. Hage Geingob did not have a hand.
Most definitely, he featured all over.
All over.
If you're looking for someone who dedicated basically their whole life to their country, it should be him.
Absolutely.
Other leaders have come and gone, but he stood the test of time. in the sense that he always knew that the mission has not been accomplished. As much as the country is independent, the mission has not been accomplished as far as for as long as we have Namibians going to bed without a meal at night. For as long as you have Namibians who don't have a roof over their head. You heard when one of his children spoke earlier this week, I believe it was Nangula, saying that he was always worried to say, did every Namibian have a meal to eat? Is everyone sheltered? So those are the type of things that really gave him sleepless nights.
Yes.
A few years ago, he said that he wanted Namibia to be shack-free. So it showed his commitment and his drive to say that there is space for dignity for every Namibian in the Namibian house.
Yes, without a doubt. Absolutely. And, you know, those are some of the aspects we'll be honoring today. You can see on your screen Dr. Hage G Geingob talking to Namibians from all walks of life. I think he never stopped being a teacher. I actually feel like he never stopped being a teacher. Ever ready with a small lecture.
Yes, yeah, he's always ready for a small lecture. I think the fact that he became the commander-in-chief made it even worse.
Yes, yeah,
because now he could order you
instead of asking you. Absolutely.
So he could command everyone.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
it speaks to his stature.
Yes.
And you can see that most of his pictures that you see, he's always engaging
the people.
Children,
absolutely.
He's always engaging. He always has a moment to stop and just have a small chat with children.
Yes.
I remember there's a video that was trending sometime last year. I'm not sure where he went, and there were kids dancing. Before he got into the car, he came back.
To dance with them. Yes.
So, and that's why so many young people can resonate with him.
Absolutely.
And that's why this event has touched Namibians from all walks of life.
Oh, yes, indeed. Now, on your screen, as more dignitaries arrive.
Well, we are going to see more of this.
Yes.
From all walks of life, all tribes, all economic backgrounds.
Yes, indeed.
And everyone wants to be a part of this, like we indicated earlier on.
Yes, indeed.
So we are going to see a great spectacle. As much as we are mourning, we are also celebrating.
Yes.
Because there's a lot to celebrate.
Oh, yes.
As far as his life and his contribution to the country is concerned. So don't be shy, or don't feel bad if you see others crying and you are smiling.
Yeah, smiling.
So we should all honor him in our different ways.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely.
And I think it's a fitting tribute.
Yes.
I don't think he would have, as jovial as he was, he wouldn't want us to despair.
Oh, yes.
And mourn like there's no tomorrow.
No.
So and I think he would probably say, rather take my teachings and mourn in my teachings and take that forward.
Yes.
He would always say that exclusivity spells conflict, inclusivity spells peace.
Wow.
So it that mantra of the Namibian house, it's pregnant with a lot of metaphors.
Lots of texture.
A lot of texture, and it depends on how you take it. What do you want to take out of that? For me, it's the unity aspect, the inclusivity aspect, and the fact that he never really secluded himself to a tribe. Of course, he was from the Damara tribe.
Yes.
But if you come into Namibia, you wouldn't know from which tribe he is.
Absolutely.
And at times, even those from his tribe would say, he doesn't come to our events.
He doesn't.
Because he didn't see himself as a tribal president.
Yes.
He was more of a national leader.
Yes.
And those are really some of the things that characterize his leadership. We see the arrival of the former president of Liberia.
Yes, Salif Johnson.
Salif Johnson, the first female president on the continent.
Yes, indeed.
So you see the level of support that we're getting as a country.
Absolutely.
So when President Mnangagwa said earlier on during his arrival that they've lost a pillar of support, it wasn't just for show.
It's not just words.
It's a genuine concern to say, what's the way forward now?
Yes.
Who's going to take up this space? So we will see how things go, but definitely we're optimistic that we'll carry the baton forward. The legacy and the foundation has been laid. So we're not starting from ground zero.
No,
we're starting from somewhere.
We absolutely started from somewhere. And, you know, the late president has left Namibia in a better place
than it was before. And ultimately, when you have such a responsibility, that's the first box to tick. Did I add value to the Namibian nation? And I think we can all safely say yes.
Yeah, most definitely. I think President Geingob always knew that the day you get into office is the day you start planning for your exit.
Yes.
And the way he did things, he always had this foresight to say, what we do today, how does it affect tomorrow? It goes with the Constitution also.
Absolutely.
In 2014, when we had those amendments,
yes,
where the vice presidency was introduced. So it was foresight.
Yes.
And you could see how things played out during the swearing in of Dr. Dangola Mbumba as president. You could
Yes.
see that foresight. So there was planning to say, in the event that we found ourselves in a specific situation, how
Yes.
do we deal with it?
Absolutely.
And we've dealt with it.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And from situations we've dealt with locally to international relations, let's have a look as Rachel Ordede, UNICEF country representative, had a courtesy call from the president last year.
Your Excellency, I just want to express my sincere thanks to the government of the Republic of Namibia. We are in discussion with the two ministries to help also replicate it, in other sectors. Children's Parliament is something that is dear to my heart, and you've also been supporting us very much. Children can talk about green hydrogen, they can talk about climate change, they can talk about anything, digital divide, crisis in education. It couldn't have been better, and I feel so proud, particularly the leadership of Professor Peter Kachavivi, the Speaker of National Assembly, who has worked with us, the development of these children. But also for your leadership, very inclusive. When you talk about Harambee Prosperity Plan, that opportunity to rally different ministries together around a common cause is something that the UN holds dearly. And through our principle of delivering as one, the Harambee Prosperity Plan is our reference.
Good to hear that you enjoyed your stay here. Take it around other countries. I know that's difficult for us in the COVID, to tell the truth. But given the help we got from encouragement from others, I think we managed it. So thank you very much for helping us to be hopeful, the girls to be hopeful, children to be hopeful. The children's parliament is a big thing. You see from that parliament, the current Deputy Minister of Information is a
yes, she's actually one of our products, and we feel so proud when she's, engaging, outside the country, and even here she's a good role model.
Mourners continue to arrive for the memorial service of Dr. Hage G Geingob, the third president of the Namibian Republic, the first prime minister. Truly, like you said, it's a day where the inclination to be sad and the inclination to celebrate carry equal weight, if you will. The two sides of the coin called grief, because even in celebration, the reason you're celebrating is because they are no longer there, but you know that what they left you is enough to last more than their lifetime. And that is truly the feeling around Namibia. And, the president would, I'm sure, yes, be okay with the celebrations as long as you don't have more than one drink, as he was.
It's not prohibited.
It's not prohibited, but in a certain manner it must be done, as we're looking at religious leaders arriving for the memorial service of Dr. Hage G Geingob, along with cultural leaders here for the exact same purpose. I understand Princess Anne is going to be flying from the UK, more likely for the burial tomorrow, but that would be Queen Elizabeth's sister, which also goes to show the close relations between the UK and Namibia. We did see the United Kingdom ambassador to Namibia, Charles Moore, His Excellency Charles Moore, coming to pay his respects at Casa de Rosalia on behalf of the United Kingdom, as more dignitaries continue to arrive at the Independence Stadium to pay their last respects.
Yeah, well, that looks like the chairperson of the African Union Commission.
Yes.
Mr. Faki Mohammed.
Yes.
He's also in attendance.
Yes.
And it signifies the fact that even the African Union recognized President Geingob's dedication and commitment towards Pan-Africanism.
Yes.
Whereby he always felt that for as long as the guns are not silenced on the continent, we can never have true peace on the continent.
Absolutely.
For as long as our brothers and sisters in other countries are still suffering, for as long as there are still illegal takeovers of government, the continent can never really really enjoy true peace.
True peace, yes.
So he was big on that.
Yes.
He was a very outward-looking leader, not just inward, because he knew the impact that the external environment had on our internal system. And that's why he was so big on some of these things. The AU chairperson, of course, Mr. Mama described Geingob as, he said that a baobab has fallen.
Yes.
And a baobab in Namibian terms is a tree that never falls.
It never falls.
So once
Absolutely.
it falls, it
Yes.
tells you the magnitude of loss that you would have to endure.
Absolutely.
So and that's why everyone, most of these leaders are here this weekend to say we have to give him a fitting farewell.
A fitting farewell indeed. Yes, that's Moussa Faki Mohammed of the African Union, which had convened last week, if I'm not mistaken, in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. And at that point already they had paid some respects to Dr. Hage G Geingob, but it is fitting that Mr. Mohammed is in Windhoek currently to physically pay his respects. The United Nations did the same through Secretary General Antonio Guterres, paying their last respects to Dr. Hage G Geingob, as more dignitaries continue to arrive for this memorial service.
Well, it's going to be a packed house.
Yes, indeed.
Like we said, as much as most of them won't get a chance to say anything, they want to be here.
They want to be here.
Instead of just sending a message of condolences, you would want to be here in person, and also just really to understand the significance of this event this weekend.
Yes.
And also just to assure Namibians that you are not alone during this moment.
Yes.
The world is with you.
The world is with you indeed, absolutely, without a doubt. I have to agree. I mean, when you look at the visuals, when you see the figures who are flying in for this Namibian icon, every single word Matthias said echoes yet again as we honor the legacy of Dr. Hage G Geingob. As you said, today is the memorial service in memory of Dr. Hage G Geingob, an icon internationally as well with regards to support. Most recently, and correct me if I'm wrong, the last international support that came from the President's office was for Palestine.
Well,
if I'm not mistaken, that was the last big push when Namibia came through. And yesterday, Yvonne Dausab, the Minister of Justice, was at the International Court of Justice presenting Namibia's case with regards to that. Now, Miss Namibia CEO Umbi Karwaya Upi also pays her respects.
On this one, we are here today to pay our last respect to our beloved President, Dr. Hage Geingob. We just don't know him only as a president. we know President Hage Geingob also as a friend since he came back from exile. And so for me today, I am so saddened because I will miss the person that he was. He was a joyful person. He was someone, when you are with him, you felt like you are with your friend. But in serious situations, when he acted his position as the president of the country, as a prime minister then, so really this is a day that I want to celebrate the lives and the times of one great, iconic, legendary leader, Dr. Hage Geingob. We love him so much. We will remember him for so many things.
As we mourn the sad passing of His Excellency Honorable Dr. Geingob, we remain inspired and encouraged by his vision to work together for the good of all. Hollad Namibia extends its deepest condolences to the nation and reflects on President Geingob's unparalleled dedication to peace, stability, and economic prosperity. His visionary leadership will continue to inspire generations, guiding Namibia towards a future of promise and possibility.
As we continue to honor the legacy and life of Dr. Hage G Geingob, many figures have started to arrive at the Independence Stadium. We saw Mr. Mousa Faki Mohammed arriving as well. And on your screen right now, the casket is about to move from Parliament Gardens to the stadium. All of this protocol is very meticulous, very particular, well rehearsed. The Namibian Defense Forces did have the assistance of the Zambian Defense Forces, as our neighbors across the border in Zambia have had to bury several presidents in the last couple of decades, and we're in a good position to assist us with the burial of the first burial of a Namibian president. And one can't also fully excuse or fully leave out the trauma aspect of losing a sitting president that meant so much to Namibia.
It's something you can never prepare for.
Personnel that have also arrived in Namibia to attend the burial of our late president. We have we have General Mafwanya. He is.
All right, so let us continue. As you could see there, as Matthias and I were taking you through it, the coffin is about, the casket rather, is about to leave Parliament Gardens. Like I said, there is a traumatic aspect to it. It's February 4th. Yeah. February, for the most part, people are thinking Valentine's Day, and the one thing happened after the other. The president is severely ill, and then on the morning of February 4th, Namibia wakes up to the news that their sitting president, who, if they had seen in the newspaper being lively at an event, it would have been their norm, was no more. And so that aspect is obviously also palpable as the nation, Africa, continue to mourn Dr. Hage G Geingob. As you can see, the procession is awaiting the movement of the casket. At this point, Vice President, Her Excellency Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, speaks about Dr. Hage G Geingob's passing.
I had taken a decision to see him after retirement. Because I didn't want people to think that probably I was looking for a job or something like that. That is my own personal decision. But I'm told he attempted, but those he wanted to convey were also careful. We're saying maybe the best is for yourself to go ahead and discuss your issues. Yeah, so it's unfortunate we reconcile. But spiritually, I have found finality to our relationship. We will meet, one of us on the other side. Yeah, on the other side, where everything else is forgotten.
Slight correction there, Matthias.
Yeah, actually former cabinet minister, Pendukeni Vulaitana.
Yes, indeed.
Also SWAPO stalwart.
Yes, indeed.
She's been very close to President Geingob over the years in the political circles. Of course, friends and foes at times, but that's the nature of politics.
Absolutely.
President Geingob was a political scientist. So he knew how to balance certain aspects of the body politics. He didn't sit well with some.
Absolutely.
But of course, politics is about the results.
Yes, it is indeed, without a doubt. And just to speak of some of the folks who have arrived, and I guess this is where the confusion came in, Her Excellency Dr. Netumbo Nandi-Ndaitwah has arrived at the Independence Stadium. Sada Kongelo Amadile, the Prime Minister of Namibia, has also arrived. Mayor of Oshuarongo Gottlieb Kandi Shivute has also arrived at the Independence Stadium. What you're seeing on the screen now is the procession of the casket bearing the body of Dr. Hage G Geingob now being transported to the Independence Stadium as mourners await their opportunity to say goodbye to the president. It is very surreal. I think for a lot of people, all of this truly kicked in yesterday when they saw that casket. Something about seeing a casket physically symbolizes a finality one may not be prepared for when all they're seeing is headlines and condolence messages on the internet. To see the casket itself reminds you that this weekend, unlike any other weekend in Namibia, we say goodbye.
Well, it's one of those moments, I mean, even for myself, we've been writing about this since his passing. But when I saw the casket on the streets, yes, that's when it actually hit me to say, this man is actually gone.
Yes.
But also at the same time, it hits you that, well, what is it that you're going to take from his life?
Yes.
As far as your personal contribution to your country is concerned. So what do you take from that? This is someone who lived for his country over the years.
Absolutely.
I mean, I can imagine, I don't even want to imagine how it felt to be his child, biological child.
Yes.
How much time did you get to spend with him?
Yeah,
with your father? How much? So those are things that we can never really grasp.
Absolutely.
But those are the things that really shows the extent to which he really gave himself up to the nation.
Absolutely, without a doubt. And if I could just speak on the life of Dr. Hage G Geingob as we observe the casket making its way to Independence Stadium in Namibia. In fact, prior to doing that, I would also just like to mention that the Ambassador of the United States of America, Randy Betty, as well as the U.S. Secretary of the Interior, Deborah Haaland, have arrived to pay their final respects to Dr. Hage G Geingob. Now, following the 6th National Democratic elections in 2014, where Dr. Hage G Geingob won the presidential vote by a record 87% of the vote, President Geingob was sworn in office on the 21st of March 2015 as the 3rd President of the Republic of Namibia. In 2019, during the 7th National Assembly and presidential elections, President Geingob was re-elected to a 2nd term in office. Dr. Geingob was also the 3rd President of the ruling SWAPO Party of Namibia, following his election at the 6th SWAPO Party Ordinary Congress in November 2017. At the 7th Ordinary Congress of the SWAPO Party 2022, President Geingob was re-elected by acclamation as President of the SWAPO Party. As President of the Republic of Namibia from 2015 to 2024, Dr. Geingob led Namibia during a difficult period, providing steady leadership throughout an economic downturn occasioned by the global commodity crisis of 2014. Severe droughts between 2014 and 2019 recorded to have been the worst in the history of Namibia, including the COVID-19 pandemic, which affected many sectors of the economy from 2020 to 2022. Now, born on the 3rd of August 1941 in the district of Grootfontein, Dr. Geingob began began his schooling in Otavi in the year 1948. In 1958, he attended the Augustinian College, where the first seeds of political consciousness were planted. As a student at Augustinian College, the young Hage G Geingob led a strike against the unfair treatment of students. In 1961, he completed his teacher's training, after which he started teaching at Tsumeb. Now, it was in Tsumeb where he started partaking in SWAPO activities and joined SWAPO officially in 1962. On the 3rd of April 1962, Dr. Geingob left Namibia for exile, commencing in Botswana, where he joined other freedom fighters in pursuit of independence for Namibia. Dr. Geingob left for Botswana for Leopoldville to Kinshasa in the Congo, and was eventually offered a scholarship to go to the United States of America, where he schooled at Temple University. Now, while in the United States, Dr. Geingob was appointed as SWAPO representative to the Americas and the United Nations, combining his duties as a freedom fighter and petitioner to the United Nations. Dr. Geingob obtained a BA in political science from Fordham University, New York in 1970, and later read for a master's in international relations at the New School for Social Research, and this was in 1974. He obtained a Doctor of Philosophy from Leeds University in the United Kingdom in 2004 with his thesis titled State Formation in Namibia, Promoting Democracy and Good Governance. In 2015, Dr. Geingob received from his alma mater, Fordham University, an honorary doctorate of human letters, a recipient of many international awards in recognition of his exceptional leadership in different areas of human endeavor. President Geingob is also the recipient of the Order of Jose Marti Award for Exceptional Leadership from the government of the Republic of Cuba. Following the termination of the South African mandate over Namibia in 1966, the United Nations assumed direct responsibility and subsequently established a nationhood program for Namibia that included the United Nations Institute for Namibia in Lusaka, Zambia. Now, Dr. Geingob was assigned by SWAPO to be a member of the UN Namibian team as political affairs officer. Dr. Geingob was appointed director at UNIN from 1975 to 1989, an institution he established whose core function was sectoral policy research and to train cadres for the future civil service of an independent Namibia. Now, Dr. Geingob served for 12 years in the position of Prime Minister. This was before taking a brief hiatus from the political sphere. In 2005, Dr. Geingob returned to active politics and served as Chief Whip of the SWAPO Party in the National Assembly and also chaired the Parliamentary Standing Committee of Economics. Following his election in 2007 as Vice President of SWAPO, Dr. Geingob was appointed in 2008 as the Minister of Trade and Industry. As Minister, Dr. Geingob spearheaded the Small and Medium Enterprises Assistance through the Equipment Aid Scheme, the Industrial Policy, and the creation of the SME Bank. Dr. Geingob was elected as the Vice President of SWAPO Party during the SWAPO Party Congress that took place in November 2007. In 2012, Dr. Geingob was re-elected as the Vice President of the SWAPO Party, following which he was again reappointed as Prime Minister in 2012 until election as President of Namibia in November 2014. A fervent defender of the unity of the Namibian people, his themes were inclusivity spells harmony, exclusivity spells conflict, one Namibia, one nation, and that no one should be left out in the Namibian House. A proponent of partnership in government and enhanced transparency and accountability in the public service, President Geingob led the creation of the Anti-Corruption Commission as Prime Minister in the 1990s. Concerned with the acceleration of development and prosperity for the Namibian people, President Geingob initiated the Harambee Prosperity Plan 1 and 2 with the stated objective of strengthening the effective governance architecture, the social progression of the vulnerable, economic and infrastructure advancement for Namibia, as well as the enhancement of the place of Namibia in international affairs. As head of state, Dr. Geingob spearheaded the creation of Sovereign Wealth Fund for Namibia to ensure intra- and intergenerational equity from the nation's natural resources. Today, Namibia lays to rest, this weekend rather, Namibia lays to rest not just an icon, but a son of the soil whose life was dedicated to serving the land of the brave.
Fitting H1. I would like to have a CV like that.
Wow.
I'm sure it could land you any job.
My goodness. I mean, just at the top of my head, President. Absolutely. I mean, you know, I'm reading through all of this and I'm getting goosebumps to see not just the years of service, but the layers of service and also the consistency. As you said, he was a man who cared about the people. And it seemed like over years, as other people's ideas change, his ideas matured and they expanded to accommodate the Namibian House.
Well, he served.
Yes.
He did indeed serve. And you would see his hand all over government as far as the systems, processes and institutions are concerned. He was very particular to detail as far as governance is concerned. And it speaks to his PhD that he did.
Absolutely.
State formation.
State formation.
Promoting good governance.
In Namibia.
Yeah, who would, I mean, when they say experience can't be bought, that's what you talk about.
Precisely.
I'm sure it wasn't difficult for him to put that thesis together.
Because it's what he is. It was a part of the fiber of his being.
Yes. So, and that's why he would choose a research topic of that nature. Governance in the African context is a very
tricky subject.
I don't even have a word for it. So in the African context, governance is, it depends on personalities. It's personality based. You don't really know what to expect. But you've seen in the Namibian context, there's sort of been you could sort of project where things are going, and that's how systems should operate. Even first world countries would emulate what we do as a country, as small as we are.
Yes.
So it really speaks to our body politics, and we, of course, we are not the way we want to be.
Yes.
We are not the way we have to be.
Yes.
But there's certainly an indication that we are moving towards where we want to be as a country. You would also see that in terms of governance, not just in the SADC region, but across the continent, we're very involved as far as assisting other nations to help build their governance architecture.
Yes.
And that's what you want, because you cannot have a peaceful and sound operation if those within your environment are not sound.
Absolutely.
It's like having a mansion in between shacks.
Yes.
Once those people go hungry, they'll come and feast in your house.
Yes.
Yeah, you can have the highest of walls and electric fence, but if your neighbors are suffering while you are living in luxury, soon you'll be the target. And President Geingob understood that we cannot develop alone. We need to grow as a unit on the continent.
Yes, indeed, absolutely. And speaking of that, you know, solidarity is essential, which is why we can also announce that the Prime Minister of Lesotho, Sam Matekane, has also arrived at Independence Stadium. The former President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, Joseph Kabila, has also arrived at the Independence Stadium. Now, this current procession is expected to fully arrive